この世に悪があるとすれば、それは人の心だ。この世に悪があるとすれば、それは人の心だ。
Hello, welcome everybody. I found it. Let me real quick try to transfer this over before I do anything else. I found the thing. I found the thing I was referring to yesterday. Tales of Phantasia. I will probably look for it in the archive. There it is. Rename the thing for it to be mint. There we go. Alrighty, so here, this. This is the picture I was referring to. Unfortunately, I don't know who drew this one. Apparently it was not Chaz Guangxi. But this is a picture a viewer at some point drew when I was doing speedruns for Tales of Phantasia, and I kept calling Mint the little MVP. Despite being knocked out for most of the run, despite not having much experience from most of the encounters, she just carries such a large portion of the run, and that's the picture they drew, which I think is amazing. Anyways, I finally found this one again. I don't think it has a signature, does it? Yeah. If anybody knows who drew this one, I would love to know, because this is such a nice picture. Because it's just so fitting for the way I kind of end up having Mint in my party for the most part. Anyways. I managed to find it by checking out my old laptop. And I had a folder on there that was called Transfer in bold letters. I don't know, I guess I just never transferred that folder. Or something like that. Anyways, welcome everybody, hope you have a lovely day today. Welcome to Master. I hope you have a nice day. Welcome to you, Boboblia. Hope you're having a lovely day as well. I adjusted the various announcements from Yagabot a bit, so it should include now explanations. The short explanation you can find on the... Why did I put that under the donation label? I should probably make another tiny URL link instead of donation. Because technically that is going to be the same link, just practically it kind of makes this a little bit more awkward. Let me do this real quick before I start. Welcome everybody, hope you're doing well. And Boboblio, thank you so much for a long time of support. 109 months is crazy, dude. Hope you're having a lovely day. Alrighty, 10Y... link. Copy this. Jaggerbot, your announcement needs to be adjusted. Because when you read donation in a tiny URL link, you think, oh, this is for donating. Sure, you can maybe read the information there, but it just kind of feels like disconnected. I don't want to have people click on the donation link when they're just wanting to get a short explanation of what's going on. So I think this is this one. And then I need to adjust this one too. Alright. Then... yes. My goodness. My R button on this keyboard is starting to give up at this point. Alright, but now it's short instead. Alrighty, welcome everybody. Hope you're doing well. Welcome to Ryok. Welcome to Red Panda Onesie. I love your name. And welcome, Nosemaster. Welcome back as well. Welcome back as well, Boboblio. And welcome as well, Rackadactylus. I hope you have a lovely day. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon. Welcome back to this place. I forgot to put the thing up again. I am so good at this streaming thing, guys. You wouldn't believe I've been doing this for well over 10 years now. Anyways, at least this time I'm not gonna forget the timer. Maybe. Let's actually just start it so I don't forget it. Welcome back everybody, I hope you have a lovely day. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Take a seat, get some coffee, get a tea, get some cookies, get comfortable, or, well, maybe don't if you need to go and work. Anyways, welcome back to Tales of Phantasia. Let's just continue our little story. Last time, we witnessed Cress's entire family and village getting murdered. Then when we were trying to confront the culprit, his best friend probably died in a gigantic explosion blast. And then we were sent 100 years into the past, where the big blonde guy that caused a lot of havoc, basically, is kind of the big bad evil guy that we technically just defeated, but he escaped. And now, we are trying to figure out how to time travel, because the only way, or well, location, time really, we know where he is at, is in Cress's and Mint's present time, aka 100 years in the future. So, we need to do two things. One, we need to make sure mana still exists in that present time, because magic just straight up does no longer exist in that universe for the most part. Like, there's like bits and pieces, specs here and there. But basically we need to heal the mana tree, because it's been suffering from some extreme mana drain, and it has not been able to recover. So, how do we even accomplish this? Well, this is where your objective is a bit loose. The game doesn't really necessarily tell you on how you can reasonably or possibly do that. However, if you have been just kind of talking to all kinds of NPCs around town, etc., which there's a reasonably high likelihood you have if you do a casual playthrough of this, then you probably have learned about a thing here and there. Let us head over to Freland for now. Hey, welcome to as well, good luck. Welcome to you, good luck. Let's see, your name is Good Luck now. I hope you have excellent luck as well, and a fantastic day. Hope you're doing well. My brain just read good luck. And thank you so much. Anyways, this is where it is important to have talked to that other lady in Alvanista, the city we just left. And that lady talked about a unicorn. Now, this little cutscene that we're gonna see here is going to happen at any place that you can rest in a bed. Actually, I think it might happen in 3 possible locations. Alvanista if you go to sleep there, here if you go to sleep there, and I think Venezia as well. Or maybe it's Midgard. Anyways, this cutscene plays in multiple different locations, so it's not specific to where you sleep, but we need to go to sleep. This village BGM is fire. It's a lot of fun. I love this background music too. Mint is having a dream. Mommy! Mint's mother Meryl says, "What is it, Mint?" "They're beautiful!" "Ah, my earrings." "Yes, may I have them?" "I'm sorry, I can't give them to you." "Oh, why not?" "Your grandma gave these to me when I became a healer." "So they're your favorite?" "Yes." "Pretty horsey." "It's not a horse, it's a unicorn. The symbol of healing." "Symbol?" "Tell you what, take this hat until the day I give you my earrings." "Thanks, Mommy." It's a little big, but very stylish, Mint. It's still a little bit for her nowadays, even. And this is a dream, or a flashback, Mint had. After learning that we are looking for a way to heal, which requires a tremendous amount of healing power to try and heal the Tree of Mana. And this is kind of the story she remembers. Oh man, I feel like I've been asleep for days. Wow, Mint, you're up early. Mint? Good morning. What's going on? Guys, listen to me. What is it? I was thinking about the Tree of Life and how to save it. I don't think my mana will be enough. What do you mean? I mean, we need help. We need the help of magical spirit of healing. We need the unicorn. The unicorn? The unicorn is the symbol of healing arts. But do you think the unicorn will even help us? I can't answer that, but we have to try. Well, it's the best shot we've got to saving a tree, so let's go find this unicorn. Grass? Thank you. Let's go already. From the lady in Albanista, we learned that it is supposed to be residing to the west of the big battlefield north of Midgard. Well, it is a battlefield now. But the big plains, the Valhalla plains, I believe they're called. Archie, get up. 5 more minutes, Daddy. Hey, wake up! Huh? Why is everyone up so early? Anyways, speaking of earrings, this might be a little bit further in the past, but if you remember, Kress received an earring when he was imprisoned that he pushed against the wall that broke open the wall through some mysterious means from presumably Mint's mother that was already dead by the time he received the earrings. But then after we woke up from after our sewer adventure, Kress noted that he seems to have lost his earrings, so we have no idea where those are. But he also noted that those earrings have a nice horse on them. Now we know it is a unicorn, or was anyways. Anyways, now we head over to the unicorn place, because that doesn't make the most sense right now. Oops, I didn't mean to enter. So this is the oasis you want to enter, because this will allow you to move all the way to the Valhalla Plains while you still have a holy bottle ore active. I guess technically you could just use another holy bottle, or alternatively you could actually just do the, normal thing and actually battle enemies. Either way is fine. Oh. I did actually take a slightly inefficient path, I guess. Anyways, our attack is still absolutely destroying these enemies if we hit them. But that's kind of the difficulty about this. I was like 2 steps away. Welcome back to the Valhalla Plains. Around the world there are various practitioners of secret techniques and arts, aka combo techniques. In later Tales of games, combo techniques you just happen to learn when you use a certain other technique a certain amount of time. Like you can get double Demon Fang, you can get Demon Fang, Tiger Fang stuff. Basically, in this game, you have to specifically find people that are teaching you these abilities and such. Again, combo techniques are kind of a fun concept and idea. It's just not exactly fully realized in this game yet here, because effectively there's not much of a reason to ever use these, because they are a tiny bit faster than if you were to just use the 2 techniques separately, one after another. But that's about it. It might also cost less TP, I guess, but for the most part it's really not all that worthwhile. To my knowledge. Admittedly, I've never really tried out all of them and did extensive testing. It's just, that's kind of been my experience from them. Howdy, welcome to your Capsit, hope you're doing well. As you might notice, I don't entirely know where to go through, but eventually I will arrive. Because I know it's somewhere around here. There it is. This is where we needed to arrive. And by the way, this little trek through the Valhalla Plains is the reason why the speedrun cannot skip the boss battle in that and go straight for Daos. Because right now, we would still be in technical combat in that Valhalla Plains, and we would not be allowed to leave towards the Unicorn Forest right here. So if you were to somehow find a way to get over to the Unicorn Forest while the battle stuff is going on, then you would have like a 15-20 minute time save for the speedrun. But, well, I never figured out anything like it. Maybe there exists something like that, I just don't know. Anyways, is this the forest where the unicorn lives? It could be. Mint, what is it? Mint, what are you thinking? The unicorn will only meet the purest of girls. I'm so excited, a unicorn. This forest looks safe enough. Why don't you girls go on without us? Can't I just stay here and hang out with you guys? Oh, fine, let's go, Mint. Cress is... yeah. Too dense to understand, I guess. Clarfish just chuckling in the corner. Also a little fun fact, we play as Mint here. The only time in the game where we play as Mint, to my knowledge. Oh, speaking of delay, I forgot to adjust my voice delay to sync up with the music. I woke up relatively late today and it was taking a while until... well, I got there. We find medicinal herbs in the form of mushrooms. Maybe we find the herbs on the mushrooms, who knows. Anyways, these mushrooms are a trade good. And trade goods can be sold to specific cities for a lot of money. And it's gonna be handy to have in the future. Was I just heard a thing? Let me check. Oh wow, holy moly. Thank you. That's a lot of money. Alpha G, thank you so much for the $50 donation. That's really kind of you, I really appreciate that. If you'd like to vote for something with those $50, let me know. If not, that's fine as well. Either way, thank you kindly. At least on my side, there's no comment attached to it. We're fine? Alrighty, thank you kindly. I really appreciate it. Doing well, you just heard we're delaying tomorrow's deadline to Tuesday, so you got some breathing space again. You know, that actually sounds kind of nice. I recognize the concept of deadlines as potentially very suffocating, so having more breathing space is nice. Alrighty. As we go up here, wandering the forest, picking up mushrooms in the form of medicinal herbs. I'll head back this way, and you can go that way, Mint. Archie, where are you going? Wait, come back! Huh. She's gone. Can I actually go back and find Archie again? By the way, this is the reason why you want to have jet boots on Mint, so you can run during the sequence. Hey Archie, what are you doing? I'm gonna look somewhere else, okay? Question mark? Mint just doesn't get it. It's okay, Bunny's here. Hey friend. I actually did not know these were tangible. Like you can bump into them. Anyways, Mint is the friendly person. She wouldn't harm a bunny if she... well, if the bunny doesn't try to bite her first. There it is! Suddenly, I'm afraid. Excuse me? I knew you'd come. What can I do for you? Oh, Unicorn, it's been my dream to meet you. But there's no time. I need your help. When I read Mint's voice, Marine automatically tries to use the same voice the voice actor for Colette has from Tales of Phantasia, because it feels like the two characters are kind of similar, at least in some ways. Nothing to do. Yeah. When they get back, do you want to see the forest for yourself? Whatever. Anyway, what? Chris, are you meant an item or what? I don't know. She's so... What's wrong? I feel an evil presence nearby. What the... So you see, I need your help. Don't you believe me? You have to believe me. The fate of our world is riding upon this. Look out! Dal sends his best wishes for your death. Let's go, hurry! Alright, I don't have jet boots on any of these guys. Hurry! Just quickly waddle over there. You can find Archie in 2 different locations if you want to pick her up before the boss fight. Which, you know, makes it a little bit easier. Archie, where's Mint? I'm not sure. Come on, we've got to find her. And again, I love the concept that Clark can just feel the presence of evil because he's so in tune with the spirit world. Because that's what he had to, like, study and perform in order to become a summoner that, well, summoning is not a thing anymore, basically. Mint! Actually, he invented summoning, I think, basically. Well, actually, no, that's not true, because others are also there. So, let's actually cast Luna. We have never casted Luna until now. What I'm also gonna do is I'm gonna tell Crest to be all the way far forward compared to everybody else. This will allow the other characters to go there. And let me... Look at this. Look at this sprite. For anybody who's just listening, look at this Luna sprite. She goes laser on her little banner. And she basically changes it from Luna to laser as she basically arrives on the scene. I absolutely love this. It's decently strong against these guys. Luna, laser! It is pretty strong. You can also firestorm these guys, they do take a lot of damage. My weapon also deals a lot of damage to them if I were to just like swing at them for what it's worth. Like this is more of a mini boss fight, really. But I just wanted to show off Luna because I absolutely adore this Luna sprite. Laser! Anyway, you can go back to just listening now if you'd like to. Oh, yo, welcome back. Hope you're doing well today. Nurse! Oh, that is a fantastic coincidence to just learn this right now. Nurse is Mint's heal everybody spell for a decent chunk for what it's worth. And you'll see soon as to why that is a fantastic coincidence that she just happened to learn it here. Mint, are you alright? I'll be okay. Please, wake up! I believe you. Oh, Unicorn, why? You have a pure heart, but I need to change in order to help you, Mint. What does it turn into? A unicorn horn staff. Receive the unicorn's horn. You have the power of the unicorn now. Let's go save the tree. I can feel the power radiating from the horn. Then, what are we waiting for? Archie, what were you thinking? I thought the unicorn would refuse to see me. Well, what makes you think that? Because, well, once there was this guy and... And what? And, you know, so I thought the unicorn wouldn't see me. Whatever, let's just save the Tree of Life already. It's 3 of mana, but fair. Stand back, everyone. This is going to be the most powerful spell I'll ever cast. She casts Nurse. Nurse right here. If we didn't have Nurse unlocked here, she would actually cast Heal. And so it literally is the most powerful spell she ever cast, because she never casted this before. Oh boy, also, she's really strong. What's happening? The unicorn's power, I can't control it. Mint, get away from the horn. No, if I stop now, the unicorn's power will be wasted, and then we'll never save Martel. Mint. Butter, lend me your strength. I need you. I think Mint's kind of character is one of my favorite in media, video games or otherwise. Just that quiet resolve. She's not loud, she's not pompous, but she's determined. Everyone okay? Look, the tree is healed. Mint, you did it. Way to go, Mint. And in this little cutscene, for a brief moment in my first playthrough, I was worried Mint would just not get up here. Thankfully, that is not the game we're playing. I feel like great power returning. Is this your doing? It wasn't me. The unicorn lent me his power to heal you. Don't be so modest. Martel, you should have seen her. She was amazing. It was all you meant. I can't thank you enough. I will work to restore mana. Mana is still weakened, but it can be restored. She disappeared. I wanted to learn so much from her. She's a magical spirit and lives on a plane of existence that we can only dream about. We need to preserve mana so this never happens again. Maybe... What's on your mind, Chris? I just thought of something. Do you think it's possible that Daos attacked Midgar in order to preserve mana's power? Because at this point, I guess, even for our characters, it's clear that the reason mana was disappearing was not because Daos was just draining it or destroying it. The reason mana was disappearing is because Midgar and associated communities were researching technology that would harness mana and use it as a fuel, and that's why it was used up faster than it could be replenished. So he could use it for himself. It makes sense. If he controlled all the magic, he'd be invulnerable. Well, the only one who can answer that is Daos. Then let's make our way to Thor and find Daos. This is the hour. Also, we're back in this forest. There are, in fact, random encounters, so I'm just gonna use a holy bottle here. Actually, I think we even get into an encounter here anyways if I don't use another holy bottle. Yeah, we do. That's okay. It's just bees. Actually, this is more like hornets or wasps. I mean, look at the size of these things. They're about the size of your entire hand. I would be technically a terrifying creature to encounter. In a video game, oh, it's just a tiny bee. But realistically, if you think about it, compared to the size of the characters, those things were huge. You know, actually, real quick. I'm coming back here. Not because there's anything here in particular in this area, but I really like this music. Like praying mantis size? Yeah, something like that. In case you're curious what is in this area otherwise, it's actually just behind the statue that you can move, well, in the early area. It is just a dead end with some low-level items. Bit of an exploration thing, but not where you need to go. Yeah, I really like this music, so sometimes I'm just gonna sit here and listen. This city is still destroyed because who is gonna rebuild it? Everybody who could, or should, or would, is probably... Well, I don't know if they got even a proper burial if you think about it that way. Welcome back to Venezia. And for the third time, we're gonna go ahead and charter a ship from this port, which means we need to take the upper pier and go ahead and introduce ourselves to this guy one more time. Hey, what can I do for you? We are looking to go to the Abyss of Thor. If you remember, Clark alongside... Runeglom, there we go, that's the name. Clark alongside Runeglom actually managed to determine where the city of Thor was located, and he also has an idea on how to get down to the sunken city of Thor. One-way fee is 50 gold per person. That totals 200 gold. Acceptable? Let's go. Hello, welcome to Evil Knievel. Hope you're doing well. Captain, this looks about right. Are you sure? We're in the middle of nowhere. Yes, we'll dive from here. Well, it's been my pleasure serving you. I'll call Andy now. I guess he does say Undine in this one. Yes, Clark, what can I do for you? Spirit of water, please, take us to the ocean floor. Understood. I'll encase you in a protective air bubble. Good thing she didn't just drag us to the ocean floor without that. She had the decency to fulfill our wish the way we are still alive afterwards. What a strange bunch of people. Alright, let's set sail for Venezia. And one of my favorite intros to an area. Wow. We're really at the bottom of the ocean? Look, you can see the entire ocean above us. We'd better not wander off. Somehow the city has been able to endure the incredible pressure. Do you think there really is a time travel device here? Difficult to say. We'd better have a look around. And I don't know, this entire city area just looks very mystifying to me. We are clear on the ocean floor. There have been, like, plant growths of sorts, but we are also, currently at least, on dry land. Clearly the sun does manage to shine through to some extent, so we're not at the deepest depths for what it's matter, or for what it's worth. But this place is just really fascinating to me. Hey, look, a shiny thing. This is some kind of card. There's some face printed on it. One of the ancient culture play cards. It's probably useless. Let's keep looking around. Take the card with you? Yep, we take the playing card. I don't think there's much to interact with. But look, an indoor tree plant thing that is still alive. Must be plastic. They were apparently using axes and swords or daggers. This appears to be a weapon shop, or well, at least it was at some point. It's one of the classical RPG concepts where you find an ancient city with incredibly futuristic technology stuff. Yet it is still within the same confines, you could say, of how the game generally seems to operate. Also, before I forget about it, usually the Moon Phalanx is a strictly better weapon than a Mecha Halberd, unless the enemies have some resistances to it. Spoilers, we're gonna find enemies that have resistances to it. Alright. What is this? There are so many buttons. And tubes. What is this thing's purpose? Try putting the card we found in there. Processing. Security ID confirmed. Access granted. What? Where did that come from? I don't see anyone else around. So yeah, it was an ID card, not a playing card. There are encounters in here. And as usual, I'm just gonna use a holy bottle in order to skip most of them. Welcome to this place. 1, 2, 3, 4. This disables encounters because I overflowed the step counter again. Actually, there's no encounters in that area in between now I think about it. But interacting with the door increases it by 1. And we took like 2 steps down and 2 steps up, so 4 should do the trick. Anyways, these things, they will give us an enemy encounter if we bonk into them. There are, I think, 8 different chests down here and 8 different doors. It's empty. 1 skeleton key found. One of these has a skeleton key in it. And then 3 of these doors up top lead to a room. Fun fact, where we came in from is not necessarily the exit. The skeleton key does not seem to work. It does not seem to work. Does not seem to work. And it's basically, this is literally random. I don't know what they were thinking, but there is no rhyme or reason to this. Every time you enter this room, the room is randomized, where you find the key, as well as which door leads to where. You can manipulate the randomness by saving outside and resetting the console. But let's just see where we land if we just randomly go in here. Oh look, we are back outside. How inconvenient. 1, 2, 3, 4. And of course, as is tradition in RPGs, whenever you use a key, it just dissolves in the lock in order to open up the door. And then the door is locked again. Of course, I mean, disposable keys. Seems like such a common concept in RPGs for some reason. Anyways, let's try the skeleton key again. That's terrible game design, people would be so confused. Especially since, technically, the exit you're looking for can be the door you entered from. Nobody in a casual playthrough would think of checking that one. We're back here again. So yes, Not my favorite piece of design in this game. But kind of amusing when you know what you're dealing with. Again, you can manipulate randomness, but who would think about manipulating randomness in a casual playthrough like this? Like, you wouldn't even know if that stuff works or not. To be fair, you do get some decent experience and money from the enemies running around here while you're wandering around here. So, it's not the worst. Hey, central processing. There is one other room that we could get into instead of central processing, but this is ultimately where we wanted to end up in. And before I do anything, we're gonna move Chris. Actually don't know how I'm gonna arrange this. This should be fine. Mint. Nurse is up, back to full health, thank you very much. Intruder alert! Intruder alert! This is what I was talking about. They are resistant to the moon phalanx. Actually, no, then are they? Anyways, they are reasonably susceptible to Maxwell's spells from Clarth, as well as Archie casting Indignation. Indignation, actually, is lightning element. You would think it is like holy element or something to defeat dolls, but it's actually lightning. And these little robots attack so incredibly quickly. And it's really annoying that they frequently will just target Archie with their little missiles because they just slightly fly overhead of our characters. I'm happy to tank them, but as you can see, Archie once again just got interrupted by them. There we go, Indignation. We'll take out the little 2 turrets above. Guaranteed, and it deals 5,000 damage. It's a lot of damage. Poor Archie doesn't get to cast spells. And Mint heals everybody. Nurse, by the way, is area of effect, but it is area of effect centered on a specific character. So there is actually a reasonable chance I would not get hit by Nurse in this scenario here. My goodness. Like, they shoot their little rockets so frequently, it's difficult to even get a single attack in against them sometimes. There we go, 1 down. Surely this is gonna make it a bit nicer. Thanks, Mint. I'm gonna have you just be really far forward compared to everybody else. That way Archie should have a good chance to get her spells off. Anyways, thanks to having a ridiculous amount of HP, Crest can just tank this without too much trouble. They seem to have left something behind. It's a ring of contract. We found the diamond ring. A ring of contract. There's more summon spirits to find? I suppose so. Anyways. The other room that we could visit from the previous section is a room that includes a decently high-level spell for Archie. I'm trying to think, was it Tidal Wave? I don't remember. I think it was a pretty good spell, but it's fine, we don't necessarily need it. You know, I just thought of some other implication that I never even considered until now. You know, robots are weak to indignation. And the Daos clearly also was weak to indignation. Is Daos a robot of sorts? Huh, anyways. What is this? It's some strange kind of machine. And it's called OS. Main system operational. Biome systems diagnostic running. What the heck? What the... Welcome to Central Processing. I'm Oz, the mother computer. Select program to run. Medical treatment. Confirming ID. Systems check. Confirmed. What? All my boo-boos are healed? What an amazing scientist these people must have been. Select program to run. Time warp. Confirming ID. Time rift driver operational. Boosting power level. The city's power is not turned on. The city's mayor must decide. The mayor is dead. I now appoint you mayor of Thor. Please make a decision. I love that this is just kind of so matter of fact. It's just like, the city doesn't have enough power. The mayor must decide. The mayor is dead. I now appoint you mayor. Please make a decision. I don't follow. We need to repair the city's power system in order to use the time warp. Repower the city? Yep. Attention, people of Thor. Power will now be restored to the main grid. Something's happening. Is this really a good idea? So in other RPGs, you might just take a big trek and go on an adventure in order to get the city's power grid back online. This one here is just like, you tell the computer that you are dealing with, just, yeah, I'd like to turn the power back on, please. Do it. And here we go, power back on, no problem. All my boobies are healed indeed. It looks like it's done. Amazing! The entire city was raised out of the ocean. Indeed. And now we have enough power. We can also go and explore the city at least a little bit before I come back here. Just because I think that's going to be kind of fun. I realized actually yesterday... Oh, right, I actually need the key in order to do things. I actually realized yesterday that I was rushing through the game a bit more than I necessarily should. Like, I didn't mean to, it just... I guess that's how I'm used to playing the game. Empty. So let's actually go outside, or I'll try to go outside, so 1 in 3 chance if I get the correct door. Okay, skeleton key was here. There was like one more chest all the way on the right that I could have technically opened. Also random encounters. Indignation, Archie. I always target the middle guy so it hits all 3 of them. Sometimes they actually move too far apart from each other in order for me to be able to hit them. But it worked out just fine here, I would say. And again, they do give pretty decent experience for what it's worth. Oh, I forgot this guy was on the way. That's fine. It's called an evil vine. It looks like a potato if you ask me. A potato that is trying to punch us, but a potato nonetheless. It's not particularly strong, just, you know, 500 experience for a little enemy like that. Right, doesn't seem to work. There's another holy bottle here. It worked. Let's see. Nope, wrong one. This is not where I want to go. I'm really genuinely trying to just go outside so we can see the other stuff. Also, I forgot to overflow my step counter again, so we're probably gonna get an encounter here. Oh, it's the evil vine. I didn't skip it properly. That's okay. It's kind of finicky to skip this guy because it's trying to encounter you. Oh, it even drops a mixed gummy sometimes. That's neat. 1 in 3. Alright, sure, why not? What is this one? Book of Spells. God Breath. Oh, it's the wind spell. I believe this might be the strongest wind spell in the game. I'm actually genuinely not entirely sure. It could be. For all I know. They look like toys you can pump. Yes, those little potato things do look a lot like that, I agree. Alright. Just checking the door like 7 times in order to overflow the step counter again. So we don't get encounters in here anymore until we switch rooms. We can also just run at this point because there's no encounters anymore. And again, the reason why I normally walk is because it prevents enemies from... Well, every running step you take counts 2 towards the next encounter, as opposed to walking, which is 1 to 1. Alright, 1 in 3 to get outside. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Empty. Empty. I just want to explore the city of Thor again, because I remember it being kind of interesting at least. Nothing too crazy, just interesting. Skeleton key. Doesn't seem to open. Doesn't seem to work. Let's see. Okay, we managed to get outside again. Oh, there are encounters in here. So why does it reset the step counter when you enter the big room then? Weird. Maybe I... actually don't know why. Oh. Anyways, I'm pretty sure. Now we can go and explore the outside area here. You know what? I don't need to save. Also, we could just have Archie cast God Breath. So these doors were previously locked because we couldn't enter. I don't think there's anything in here, but the other area does have some stuff. Also, everything is now above ground, grass and all. This is the big building we can enter. There's nothing to the right, I don't think. Huh. I didn't realize you could actually walk on top of the area here. Are there enemies here? I genuinely have never walked on this overworld bit before. I guess there's no enemies in here. I didn't know there could be overworld bits where there are no enemies. Actually, that's not entirely true. Anyways, let's see. I think it was this room. It's not open. So I guess it must be the other one? Previously it was rusted shut. This one is where we found the ID card. I know you can get into the other room. Why does it not let me? Do you get in here after the next part? I thought you could get in there. I guess I might be mistaken then. Strange. Anyways, back in here we go. 1 in 3 chance to be able to proceed. Empty, 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 empty. Skeleton key. Doesn't seem to work. We go left first. 1 in 3. Nope, wrong one. 1, 2, 3, 5. Empty, 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 empty. Skeleton key. Let's actually have Archie cast God Breath, just because we can. It's a nice and quick animation for a decent amount of damage, to say the least. I do actually wonder whether this might have technically some speedrun applications. if it was like dealing really good damage against certain enemies, but for that I would need to know what kind of weaknesses they have. I don't think there's a database for this game for such things. So I believe in my speedruns, when I did runs on the English version first, well, the English fan patch version first, the third to last chest after a reset, as in the third chest from the left, and then the second to last door on the left, like the second from the left door, was where it worked. Hey, we are back here. I don't have to manipulate anything. We're good. Alrighty, formation. Cress, you go all the way dang forward. And you guys... don't worry about it. We'll be fine. Probably. Main system operation. Biome systems diagnostic running. Welcome to central processing. I am OS, the mother computer. Select program to run. Let's do the time warp. Confirming ID. Time rift driver operational. Boosting power level. Required energy level reached. Please enter time and location destinations. We need to go 100 years into the future. May 21st, in front of the sarcophagus in the mausoleum south of Totus. Confirming ID. Security clearance met. Please prepare for time travel. Here we go, everyone. Confirming energy release. Oh, confirming. Energy release imminent. Wormhole open. Confirming conditions acceptable. Begin transfer. And we return more or less to where things started. Probably. Temporal transfer in progress. And the light of time travel goes through the twisted corridor of time. I guess it's more like a plane rather than a corridor. I guess we're just hoping to arrive somewhere where we need to be in the end. It's just a jump to the left. Maybe. Where did you send them, old man? Ah, you think I'm going to tell you? I know they fell through time. I'll find out when and where they are. And when I do, they're finished. Tornadoes, you. This will be your final resting place. We'll see how you enjoy years of darkness here. For them, it has been a second. For us, it was probably months, maybe even a year, of journeying to get back here. You're... Oh. Cress. Dolls, your time is finished. I won't allow you to destroy our world. You think you're going to stop me? My time on this world is far from over, boy. Welcome to Dolls. This time we don't have little minions in the middle just kind of protecting us as it stands. And the way this guy can absolutely murder us really, really fast is crazy. I intentionally push like Crest really far forward compared to everybody else, so the others don't get hit by the area of effect attack, because this guy hits like an absolute truck. Alright, however, what he also does is petrify me all the dang time. For one. Stop. Jump back. Jump back. There we go. Oh, I don't have the item ready. Alright, two things. I need you guys to be... oh, not as close to me as you can. That is literally as far away as they go. But this is where we're gonna use a very special technique that I'd like to introduce to you guys as the Time Warp Blender. If you remember, chrono glasses stop time for enemies for 10 seconds. And I have an ability that pushes enemy back. It's supposed to be a shield. It's called Gale Shield in this version. But what if an enemy cannot get pushed back because they're already at the edge of the screen? He just lands in the blender and there's nothing you can do about it. Alrighty, let me tell you, this guy is genuinely quite difficult to deal with. He attacks fast, he inflicts like various, well, mostly petrification on your frontline tank. Your backline is desperately trying to cast spells before he just catches up with you. The one saving grace is this guy has literally half the amount of HP compared to the dolls that you have just fought earlier in Doll's Castle. However, the downside is he is not weak to indignation in this boss battle here. So this is genuinely a tough boss fight here. Unless you know what to do. We did it! And obligatory, everything falls together because the boss was a supporting pillar of this entire environment. And we just destroyed him. He gets squished on the rubble piles and we're running away. What's happening? All that energy was released when Dawes was unsealed. Must have been too much for this structure. Ancient structure, okay. Close enough. I feel like it's the core of the earth. It feels like the core of the earth is quaking. Hurry up! Grass Turnix? What's happening? Kristen, run! He's doing his best. You hate it when the bosses are load-bearing, right? And so, Dawes was buried in the cave-in and disappeared into the center of the earth. A few days later, the summoner Clarth, or Claus, I guess, and the mage Archie. After all the joy and sadness they shared with us, it is time to say goodbye. I can't believe this is goodbye. I know. Archie and I will go alone. Because if you remember, they are just not from this century. Don't ever forget me. I could never forget you guys. Mint, please don't cry. I'm glad that fate found a way to bring the four of us together. Who could have thought that four people from different times and places could have possibly had the times that we've had? I know. Clarth, Archie, take care. I'm going to miss you. I'll miss you too. I guess this is goodbye. What the hell is going on? Look at that! There's a big thing coming from the sky. It's getting larger. It's meteors. Aimed at our general direction. How inconvenient. I think it's over. What the hell was all that? The light of time travel. And this guy. It worked! Tornix D. Morrison's house, the year 4302. That light. It was time travel. Correct. I come from Albanista 50 years from now. My name is Harrison. The future? Dawes has been terrorizing your future. I was sent back in time to find the only people in history ever to defeat Dawes. Are you saying Dawes created that cave-in on purpose? Dawes feared us returning to the past to get you. That's why those meteors crashed into this area. He hoped to kill you. I thought Dawes was killed by the cave-in. We've got to do something. We can't just stand by while Dawes terrorizes the future. Agreed. Hey Chester, why don't you come with us? I wouldn't miss it for the world, buddy. Looks like we'll get our chance to fight side by side after all. This guy, he looks kinda, scrawny. Scrawny? I'm sure I could take you down, you. Come on guys, we've got to get out of here. I can't help you anymore. I have to stay here, but come back safe to me, okay? We will, Tornix, I promise. So how do we get to the future? Well, nobody decided to sink the island or the city of Thor back into the ocean. It's just still standing there and operational. How convenient. 100 years, still fine. This city was built from good material, I guess. Is this the place? Main system operational. Biome systems diagnostic running. This is... Welcome to Central Processing. I'm Oz, the mother computer. Thor's time travel device. Confirming ID. Time rift driver operational. Boosting power level. Required energy level reached. Please enter time and location destinations. Send us 50 years into the future. South Euclid. Confirming ID. Security clearance met. Please prepare for time travel. Here we go, everyone. Confirming energy release. Imminent. Wormhole opened. Confirming conditions. Acceptable. Begin transfer. The game really set this up to be like, that was it, that's the ending of the game. And then just kind of does a little bit of a rock pull. I mean, nowadays you would kind of recognize some of the signs where you get experience, you get money, you get items from the various battles. Although I think Dawes actually doesn't give anything, the one we just fought, for what it's worth. Temporal transfer in progress. What? And welcome back to South Euclid. In the future. So for Archie and Clark, they have traveled 150 years into the future. For them, we are 50 years in the future for Mint and Kresna. This is the future of Totus? Incredible. It's not Totus anymore. It is called Miguel now. Miguel? My father's name. For some reason, both dolls and most monsters stay away from South Euclid. It's a bit of a safe haven for those who want to avoid him. What about Venetia? Yes, we need to get to Alvanista and speak with the king. I'll go ahead to Alvanista and try to arrange some transportation. Please make yourselves at home, but come to Venetia's harbor as soon as possible. Alright, we've got 5 inseparable warriors together now. And immediately after, the game informs you that even though there are 5 party members, you can only use 4 of them in battle. You can use the formation menu to switch party members. It's always been kind of funny to me that we have 5 inseparable warriors, except you can only use 4 in battles at a time. So that's kind of what you're stuck with, friend. I like this music. Hey, Hoppy, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Hey, little friend. My dream is to become a great scientist and work at Euclid's research center. So this is a bit of a safe haven. Probably the reason why we decided to land here, but also it's kind of a fun idea to go from Bellatum 100 years in the past to Totus in the present to Miguel 50 years in the future. This town has had 3 names. And we don't even know why it was called Totus in the meantime. Anyways, welcome to this place. We can now change one of our party members, whichever one we choose, for Chester, if we want to. Let's exchange Clark for now. And my favorite part about this is Chester is still level 6, of course. The others are, you know, on the casual playthrough would be like level 30, 35, 40 maybe. And Chester here is just level 6. He still has the old equipment. Oddly enough, still the bow that was supposedly broken, but time is getting a little bit sketchy here, let's put it this way. But yeah, welcome to this place. This is also, I think, where we can sell our trade goods. You know, the medicinal herbs in the form of mushrooms. For a lot of money, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see. Sell this weapon, we don't need a talisman, poison amulets, mentals, bread. There we go, medicinal herbs, 7,500. There might be a place where I can get even more money out of it, but that's good enough for me. Anyways, we can get a new weapon here, a Damascus. This thing is pretty dang good, let's put it this way. We can also get a new weapon for Chester, because why not? Here's also where we can finally buy Mithril Mesh, because I believe we couldn't actually do that until now. We just found 2 somewhere along the way. Could also get a Holy Cloak, but yeah, that's good enough. We have a new slashing sword, and our main skill, the Fury Slash, is, you know, a slash attack, or slice, I guess. So we upgraded our weapon, and we might as well upgrade Chester's weapon. So, here's a little fun tidbit, I would say, that probably wasn't originally planned from the developers, but Chester has no skills. Archie has skills, Mint has skills, Clark has skills once you start unlocking them. So, in a sense, if you were to play this game nowadays with, you know, a decent amount of insiders in how video games in general just happen to work, you might notice that Chester doesn't have any skills. And consequently you think, oh, I guess he might just be an entirely temporary party member. Then again, on the other hand, Crest doesn't really learn any new skills either until you level up a bunch, so maybe you just haven't reached the necessary level for Chester. But no, Chester in this game specifically does not actually ever learn any new skills. So you would think, oh, he's probably then just a temporary party member. And when you get separated after the time travel, you just go, yep, okay, I guess he's just gone in that case. But funny enough, in a fun kind of twist, he does in fact join you back up for good here. And he makes up for the lack of skills by just having an insane stat growth. In the PlayStation version and other versions, it's actually a bit more fleshed out for Chester on top of it, where if you go to sleep in at various locations, Chester, being just, you know, called scrawny by Archie, who is a scrawny mage if you think about it that way, he is just really not particularly strong compared to everybody else, but he wants to pull his weight, and in the PlayStation version, he has various little cutscenes where he is just excessively training, trying to get stronger and stronger in order to keep up with everybody else, and basically gains free level. He does not get any free levels in the Super Nintendo version. However, again, his stat growth on how much accuracy and attack he gets per level is actually pretty nuts. Like, he has crazy good stats for all that it's worth. And in the speedrun, you actually use him, but I'll talk about that a bit later. Well, at least I use it in the speedrun. Maybe it's not worth it nowadays, technically, because it's more of a toss-up whether investing into him is paying off at the end, but my speedrun route always included him. The art of summoning monsters was forgotten many years ago. I wish I could see someone do that kind of magic. Hey, you're a mage, aren't you? Here, this is an old spell. Not a particularly effective one these days, but you may have it. Archie learned how to cast Eruption spell. Not particularly effective. This is so much stronger than the Firestorm spell that we have. Just like, oh yeah, it's not a particularly good spell nowadays. Kind of showing that 150 years is a long time. And with Clarf being gone, I guess, the last summoner of the era is gone. Nobody has written down the summoning stuff at all, and summoning is a lost art. I kind of accidentally spoiled that a little bit, but that's just how it is. Hey friend. Hey, what you adventurers need is a big sack to carry your food and supplies. I'll sell you this one for 30,000 gold. Buy the ridiculously overpriced, yet one kind of a sack. I didn't know this was here. I know you could upgrade your food sack somewhere. I didn't realize it was here. No, I don't need it, thank you though. It's a great sack. Once again, food in this game is basically just a way for you to store extra HP while you're walking around. Look at this Valkyrie statue. I don't know if I ever realized that. Wasn't this in the inn in Totus? Yeah, I think so. That's a statue that you can actually go into the inn in Totus, and the lady in the inn tells you, oh, could you move the statue around, introducing you to the concept of moving around like objects and such in an RPG fashion, I guess. Hello. And now this is kind of a little fun throwback to that part. I have all the rune bottles apparently. Prevents paralyzation. This technically is actually quite useful because there are especially regular enemies. You know, I have plenty of money, let's just buy this. I don't know if I'm going to actually use it, but being able to prevent paralysis actually can be quite nice. Anyways, that's everything here. Let us head over to Venezia. We're all the way back down here. The environment looks a little bit different. The city is not all the way up against the mountain anymore. So we can actually just walk around. And also, we have a new overworld theme. This one is really nice. I love the beginning, or well, the ending of the loop of the music. Just ring. It's so well done. Anyways, enough gushing about music. That's not true. I like this music here too. I will mention music a few more times. Don't worry. Welcome back to this place. Euclid. We don't have to go here, so we don't. Anyways, if you remember, the city of Harmel was here across the bridge, and it's entirely gone now. It was destroyed by dolls, and nobody was, well, left alive, I guess, to rebuild it, so... Welcome to Venezia. It looks the exact same as it did 150 years ago. Actually, I wonder if the mage is now here that teaches us new spells. You teach techniques, don't you? Like combo techniques, if I'm not mistaken. Was there a... I'm pretty sure there was a mage somewhere. There's a school class right here. What are you guys doing? We're taking music lessons. Good job, children. Airy, south of Mikville. It's always night there. Airy? I'm gonna marry my teacher. Tweet tweet. Hey, that kid plays the flute. I've never talked with these guys. Moon Crystal Power Makeup. That's a different song. Buy me a CD. La la la. Doobie doo wah ba da ba doo wah. I get knocked down, but I get up again. They ain't ever gonna keep me down. It's my favorite song. No, anything but that. Yeah. La la la. That kid is just awful. Come on, Clarf. Can't tell that to the kid. Not bad for a munchkin. Do re mi fa. That one has talent. Are you a new student? No, I'm just judging your guys' singing of barely capable voices. Apparently. Or at least Clarf is. And that's how you know it's an unofficial translation. Actually, not necessarily. This, at least part of these could be like just how they are, how they were genuinely as it is, for what it's worth. Anyways, we need to go to Alvanista, so we take the boat over here, as we did 150 years ago. Hey. Oh, you're here. There's a slight complication. The ships can't leave port. Dal's navy keeps attacking any ship that leaves port. There's got to be another way to Alvanista. I have an idea. Did you happen to stop at Euclid on your way up here? There's a research facility there. What kind of research? We can't travel by sea, we'll travel by air. Like, fly to Alvanista? I'll explain when we get to Euclid. Alrighty, now we get to Euclid. This is the research center. I'm an emissary from Alvanista. I need to speak with Dr. Livingston. I'm sorry, but you can't get in here without the proper ID. Look here, I'm an emissary with orders from the Alvanista's king. Alvanista's king, eh? Well, this looks like Alvanista's seal. And the signature checks out. Well, what should we do? Let him pass! Alright, you may pass. This is Dr. Stanley Livingston, the chief engineer of all our top secret projects. What are these contraptions? Ah, let me explain. These machines I designed, I call them airbirds. They fly above the earth. If you bring me the last thing I need to complete them, I will give you these prototypes to you free of charge. Harrison tells me you need to get to Alvanista. These airbirds can't fly far enough to reach Alvanista. There's got to be a way we can enhance the power. Well, I do have a theory. We'll do whatever it takes. The magical spirit of electricity, Volt, can surely magnetize the airbirds enough to power them up for long distances, even further than Alvanista. But I know of no one who can summon Volt. Oh, I have the capability to contract with Volt. What? Can Volt do the same for my broom? I suppose it's possible. Airbirds operate on a magnetic principle based on that of your broom, actually. I, for one, have no idea what any of you are talking about. So, what are we waiting for? Don't be in such a hurry. I've created this ring to house such an immense electrical power as Volt. Really? May I see it? Of course. Are you sure this will work? Of course, I'm sure. I'm a genius. Stanley gives you the Sardanix ring. So, earlier we learned from the elves that nobody has the capabilities anymore to create such ancient artifacts to house the ability to make contracts with summoning creatures. So let's see how this one turns out, because this is a new one. Just created. Or something. Volt is in the mountains south of Miguel. Perhaps there is a shortcut in the caverns to the summit. We'll look into it. Alrighty. And that's our cue to go. Hey, Seagull and Backslash. Thank you for the good luck and welcome. Hope you're doing well. Welcome. Please allow us to sell you some medicine. Apple gummies, orange gummies, and we have all the money for mixed gummies. So at this point we just buy all of them because we can. Flare bottles again, and that's everything. We are full out fitted for items. Well, that's not entirely true, but we get to the rest afterwards. There's food you can buy, there's new equipment we could buy. I don't think there's anything particularly interesting here, but I could be mistaken. It's been a while since I visited this place. Yeah, it's just Holy Cloak, Mithril Mesh. It's decently expensive, but this is just what late game RPGs look like. And in a weird kind of way, the game even just integrates the concept of stuff costing more money because inflation, if you think about it that way. But also, it in universe makes sense for them to have updated their stock for carrying new items, even though this is the same shop we technically visited, well, 150 years ago, I suppose you could say. So it's kind of a fun way to think about it that way, I would say. Gummies, that doesn't sound like medicine. It is perfectly capable medicine in this universe. It's really good, actually. Alrighty. Moving on, heading over to Volt's cabin. Well, I guess another reason why I tend to recommend the PlayStation version. Volt's Cabin is the first time you would encounter another character you can find in, well, any other version that isn't specifically this one. Actually, I wonder if Tornix D. Morrison still lives here. He was able to cast spells, so he must have had some elven blood in him, I suppose. Well, at least the mansion still looks the same. Hi, kids. Many of my ancestors were healers. One of them even attacked Leviathan. It's the truth. Leviathan. Magic is the power of sensing the forces that bind the world and manipulate those forces for a desired effect. Well, we definitely saved magic, huh? I'm a door-to-door salesman. What can I do for you? He sells the same things like he sold 150 years ago. Actually, no, it's only 50 years ago, actually. I'm the housekeeper. I like working here because I don't like living in town. That's fair. I resonate with that, if you will. We have to enter the other door. So there is somebody that looks like Tornix D. Morrison. Hi. Who are you? I'm busy now. Are you a Morrison? Yes, I'm Harold D. Morrison. Who are you? Wait. You're Cress Alvin, aren't you? My Uncle Tornix told me to expect you ever since I was a child. Yes, I'm Cress. I can't believe you're really here. I'm supposed to help you, but Unlike my ancestors, Edward and Tornix, I have no magic powers to speak of. I guess the elven blood is too diluted in my generation. Giving us your support against us is more than enough. So, do you know what happened to us in the past? ... Yes, but I cannot tell you. Why not? Because it may change history. I don't want to take your choices away from you. You see, 99% of your fate is predetermined. You really only have control over a tiny fraction of your life. I guess you're right. It seems so often that things are decided for us. That's the most depressing thing I've ever heard. What about all my hopes and dreams? Are you saying that no matter how hard I wish for something, I'll never get it because of things I can't help? I can't bear to think about it anymore. The important thing is to make that the things you can change happen, Archie. Don't forget that. Please don't cry, young lady. There's not much I can do for you, but you're welcome to rest here whenever you need to. Alright, thanks, Harold. And into Volt's Cavern we go. I was actually kind of thinking, oh, maybe he knows about Volt's Cavern because he lives nearby. But I guess not. This is... Wind is nothing. We all come from the earth. Water is destructive. Fire is power. Wind is nothing? Sure. We find a holy bottle. How convenient, I just used one. Over here we find a shield ring. And a life bottle we can't carry anymore. And up here we find lavender and more lavender. Lavender increases your attack power when you use it. You can also use a rune bottle on it. Also, this door is closed. When you use a rune bottle on it, you can increase the attack power you gain by, well, from 1 to 2 permanently. You know, just for fun, we might give this a Jester to increase his even already super strong stat growth even further. So here, we need the Sorcerer's Ring. Hey Chester, would you like to equip the Sorcerer's Ring? How about it, buddy? So let's give you Battle Rune so you deal even more damage. So yeah, this is timed. But basically it's just the introduction to this concept. Grimorum. The book. I will probably just sell it. Then over here, there's a switch. What does the switch do? Well, it opens certain doors. Oh yeah, there's a lot of dudes here. Let's cast Eruption. Oh, maybe it is an old spell. No, it is. I'm pretty sure this is stronger than Firestorm. Or maybe not. Maybe it is an old spell then. Oh, Chester's already dead. How very inconvenient. I can't hit this guy because I can't do a jump attack from standing still when I'm too close. That is so inconvenient. Alright, Mint just barely managed to heal herself and Archie in time. Enemies are not playing around here. Thanks, Mint. Could you revive? Actually, we're gonna use a life bottle to try and get Chester back up. This way, Chester will also get the full experience. And he's gonna level up a little bit, just taking the level, and another, and another, and another. And we're just gonna use Mint's Nerd's ability to heal us back up, very conveniently so. By the way, fun fact, this area here has two interesting properties. For one, it has no encounters. For two, remember the other area that looked exactly like this one? It is actually technically speaking the same area. If you don't pick up the chest on the left side, they will still be here. Let's see. There's a secret passage on the right side of the room with the stairs. That door does not want to open fully. But if you pull this lever... Now it opens fully. It's not a difficult set of puzzle sections. The most awkward part is that there are random encounters. By the way, those are just some food items down there. The most awkward part about this is that, you know, you have to do this while also dodging random enemy encounters. And if you remember, running doubles the amount of the encounters you get. The switch in here, I think. And this changes the orientation of the lever stuff over on this side. The reason why that's relevant is actually kind of funny in my personal opinion. You feel an invisible barrier here. You can't go to the left. I don't know. No explanation, but I guess it kind of makes sense for electromagnetic stuff to do that, I suppose. Anyway, you have to go back through the right side. And this sign reads... Which, by the way, I feel like more games should have signs like this. Emergency exit. This allows you to literally go back to outside if you really want to. Or need to, for that matter. So, activating this allows us to go nowhere. Because, funnily enough, I don't remember what this lever does. This here opens up this door just long enough that you can go through. Funnily enough, this also does do that here. But you can never reach because this is just not enough time to do. I think. I do wonder whether technically it is possible to do this like... frame perfectly. I don't think it's possible, but I don't remember how long I've tried the very first time through. I could also go for a wall bump here and here to go like 2 tiles faster. It's very difficult to do though. So I need to go attack exactly 1 tile down, 2 steps, and then left, bump into the wall, and then bump into the wall here if I wanted to get the absolute optimal, like, timing for this. Don't think I got the second bump. Chester gained all the levels. He's hoarding them. Nobody else can get levels because Chester is getting all of them. Alright, this looked like it was definitely like in time, but I'm pretty sure the door just doesn't let you go unless you activate it from this side. And here you have plenty of time. There might just be an invisible wall that never opens from the right side for all I know. Or maybe I just didn't do it right. Anyways. I believe this room has no enemies inside. And this is the place where it actually might be kind of handy to have a thing where you cannot get paralyzed. But we'll be fine without. Anyways. The way this goes is you hit this one. Because hitting these other ones by themselves does nothing. So you hit this one. Then you need to rush over here to keep it active. keep it active. And then you run through the door, hoping the lizard doesn't block you. Alrighty. Actually, I think I can have Chester move. Like at mid-range, that way he might be able to fire some arrows. Welcome to ones and zeros. Are you Volt? What is he saying? 0 and 1s. I love you. Welcome to these little annoyances. So these little guys here, they die to 1 indignation if I'm not mistaken, but if they hit me, they will paralyze me at a high probability. Indignation is lightning based, so it will heal Volt, but at the same time these Arudaun, or the Alraun, they will take damage and just get 1 shot. So Volt has the annoying capability of just shooting a missile that goes throughout the entire screen and hits your entire party. And unless Chester gets healed repeatedly, he will just die in this encounter. You actually don't switch in Chester into the team until a little bit later. You actually want Mint to cast the Pikohan, her little stun hammer on Volt, because it actually works pretty well here. Nurse. Ho ho, I'm getting murdered. Alright, we got him. No, indeed. Don't worry. I'm just standing on top of my longtime childhood friend's body. Clearly to protect him. We also just learned Lionheart. This is actually an awkward skill, but it's technically useful. I'll show you why. Also, we get some jade rings. Those are pretty nice. Are you saying you're ready to contract with me? 0 1s and 1s and 0s. Well, I suppose I should try. Which ring should we use? We'll try this Hartonix ring that Stanley gave us. You know, the one that was just freshly created. I'll see if that works. Spirits of magic, I beseech you. Grant me the power of electricity. My name is Clarth. Look, it's working. And despite all my little nods towards, hey, look at this ring, it's a new one, how would it work? It does in fact work. Sorry. Anyways, we just got a jade ring. I believe this is the very first one you can acquire in this game, unless some random enemy drops it before. And if we use a rune bottle on the jade ring... where are the jade rings? There it is. Oh, we have 2 actually. They turn into fairy rings. What do fairy rings do? Well, actually quite simple. They decrease TP needed to use magic by half. So basically, the cost of all of Mint's abilities is now halved. We could also give one of these to Clarth, I guess. That would also be reasonable. Anyways, we are done here. Let's get out of here. Huh. Archie, can you grab that treasure there? Somehow I knew someone would ask me that. Just remember, Archie, we're watching. Don't go and steal any of it for yourself. Shut up, I'm no thief. Archie, being a half-elf, has absolutely no tempo for such joking. And, well, basically this is kind of a bit of a nod towards the relationship between Chester and Archie. They are not particularly fond of each other. Chester feels a bit left out because he hasn't been on a literal year-long adventure with his friends in the seconds they were gone for him, and suddenly his best friend is just kind of more familiar with these other people, at least for combat purposes, so there's a bit of tension going on here. Here you go, Chris. Hey, don't take it personally, I was just joking, Archie. I swear, Chester, I hate you so much. Yeah, well, you're not exactly my favorite person either. What's wrong, Archie? Nothing, I'm fine. Recovered the jade ring and the question mark armor from the chest. Oh yeah, we get another jade ring. I don't generally have a use for those, but we have them. Also the question mark armor, I believe, is a star cloak. This thing is actually really, really good. I believe this might be the best in slot armor for any of our caster characters. Although I believe Chester also could equip it. No, I cannot. So I guess we give it to Mint. She's the most important caster in our team. It gives her 50 defense because we haven't upgraded her armor in a long time. We have not even given her the unicorn horn that she could equip. Oh, this gives her defense? Wait, that's amazing. I actually didn't realize that. We also have a shield ring. The shield rings are quite unique because up until now, Cress was the only character that actually had anything equipped in the shield slot. Until now. But the shield ring allows basically every other character to have an item included in the shield slot as well. And shield rings are, you know, pretty good. But also, to be fair, I would actually give this to Chester if the game allows. Okay, he can equip the shield ring. And we have nothing else to give him. Because I'd rather have him get some defenses, so he might survive some attacks. Anyways. Nurse. Heal up everybody. Crest is just gonna reach max HP a few more levels down the road anyways. So we could actually use our remaining HP thingies to boost the HP of other characters if we want to. And those are the strength items. And this is indeed an emergency exit, straight back outside. We now have a contract with Volt. And that's kind of all we were looking for, I guess. Also here's an idea. Chester, let's... no, actually not for you. You? Yeah, you don't need the Onyx anymore, you're fine. We're actually unequipped the Black Onyx, just to equip the... I wanted to give her the Nightmare Boots. She cannot equip them, because the Nightmare Boots are currently in item slot 1, and I wanted to get them out of there so we could rearrange stuff. But I guess that's not how that works now. Alrighty, welcome back to Euclid. Before I go and do anything else, let's actually go ahead and use up the remaining rune bottles that we currently have on the temporary, well, the permanent stat increases. Where are they? I don't remember. Oh, we also have 3 charm bottles. We can turn those into Lotus Perfume. And either sell them for 10,000 coins or half the price of shop goods. There we go, Lavender. Increases one's strength rating by 1. We have 6 of these, now we have increasing strength rating by 2 for 6 of them. The question mark book, the Yellow Kings. Written in bright yellow ink. 2 ice scimitars, I don't even know where we got those from. But agility rating from Verbena, I believe this reduces enemies' abilities to block you, if I'm not mistaken. Let's clean up the inventory for a bit, because there's a lot of things we don't necessarily need anymore, including the Nightmare Boots. I don't think I'm going to use those anymore. Sell the old broom. You're not gonna equip the Yellow Kings, the Halberd, the Ice Scimitars, Rapiones, Cloak. If I still wanted to go down back into the Mines of Moria, I actually would need another pickaxe. I don't know if you need the rope anymore. We could theoretically do like a mini donation incentive where if we reach it, need to go all the way down into Mines of Moria. But I feel like I would need to set this up like beforehand, so we would have a tracker for that and people would know about it. Because just kind of setting it up right now, just quote-unquote randomly, feels a bit strange. I don't know. Anyways, elixirs, we can sell those. But I also can keep them. I don't really have that much of a reason. We have one fairy ring. I'm gonna give one... Actually, we don't need that much money, it's fine. I don't need to sell this one. We are not going to use the moon phalanx anymore. Don't need the amber cloak. Yes, I'm sure. Then we're going to buy rune bottles, 15. They cost 52,000 to buy a full set of rune bottles. Let's see what else we can identify and do with these. Our inventory has become a lot lighter, less cluttered, if you will. So that's nice. Where are the rune bottles? I would have guessed they should be somewhere at... Oh, they are literally at the top. That's why I couldn't find them. Alrighty. Let's go and use these on Verbena. They increase agility by 2 now. I actually don't remember if you can, like, transform them into... No, you can't. Into the strength version. So these are just +2 agility now. Let's see what else we can have. We get a porno magazine. Fantastic. We have 2 more hourglasses to turn into chronoglasses. We also found a lemon gummy somewhere along the way. This one heals for 60% of our HP. If you remember regular healing items, the apple gummy heals for 30%. This is literally twice as good. So if we wanted to have more of these, that would be very convenient, because that is so much of a better healing item, it's not even a comparison. We get a rune rod identified, and another moon phalanx. Wait, we got 2 of those? That's lucky. Normally they just drop like a short sword or something. Anyways, we're gonna sell some more items that we don't need. Moon phalanx, the rune rod. We don't need these. Better hide this from your parents. It's probably just like a... What's the word? Dirty magazine would probably be a less direct description for this. If you were to just play this without being a fan translation. Alright. Now, we're going to go ahead and do this. We have apple gummies. We can turn them into lemon gummies if we use a rune bottle. It's basically a very expensive way to get the better healing items. But now, we do in fact have the better healing items. We now have lemon gummies instead of any apple gummies. But this is not where we need to stop. We can do more. As long as we have enough money to buy more rune bottles, we can effectively upgrade our healing items. For the most part, I will probably not necessarily need those and just refer to using the cheap items for healing, but it's nice having those as an option if necessary. Also, where's the jade ring? We have another one. Oh yeah, we also have mixed gummies. These turn into miracle gummies. This is 60% healing for both TP and HP. I'm usually a little bit too stingy to actually use those, but technically it's an option. Because realistically at this point, if you can afford the rune bottles to transform everything, you might as well just use them on mixed gummies, where it just makes more sense, because might as well have an extra TP restoring property to your healing item, because why not? And of course, we're also gonna use these on orange gummies. No. Just rune bottles. There they are. Orange gummies. Turn into pine gummies. Then we order by latest acquired. We have miracle and pine gummies here. And we can use the red verbena. Oh, right, we don't have any more rune bottles. But we can use the red verbena. Increase agility by 2. Cress is the guy that needs agility. Chester is going to have so much accuracy, we don't have to worry about that. So verbena and lavender. Technically, it would be more correct to give it to Cress because he's still the main damage dealer and the guy I control directly. By the way, in case you're curious, in other Tales of games, you can switch character to whichever one you want. This one, you're stuck with the main character being Cress. You cannot switch even if you want to. We give Chester the strength thingies, just so he can catch up just a little bit more. Why not? Right, then one more buying of rune bottles, because we can. And then we go and stock up on standard healing items with the apple gummy and orange gummies, because if you remember, we literally just used them all up to turn them into the better healing items. And maybe the mixed gummies too. And this is basically as good as it gets for healing items for the most part. Aside from getting more, let's see, combat items, there we go. Yep, this works pretty well. Now, where are the holy bottles? They're down here, actually just an R press away. How convenient. Works for me. Poor Chester always left behind. Yeah, I guess it is kind of a bit of a theme, isn't it? Anyways, we are catching him up, it's fine. Probably. Hello. We have Volt now. So, you can summon Volt now? Yes, give me a moment. Morto. Volt, I need your help to make the airbirds fly. 0 and 1s. 1s and 0s. Clark, it understands you? I think so. Archie, let Volt power up your room too. Okay. Surely nothing bad is gonna happen if we electrify everything to like 1000 volts or whatever. I guess maybe we kind of have like a benevolent volt electricity creature that is trying to help us, so it works out just fine. Okay, this should function now. Take a look at this. What is it? Just you watch. They made the ability to summon your flying traversal items anywhere in the world diegetic, aka we can put them into little tiny pockets now. Where did they go? Wow. This is the wing pack. You can fit all the airbirds in this. It's great. You can take the airbirds with you no matter where you go. And we received the wing pack. We can now fly in the overworld. This is where the world just opens up for you to go and start exploring it. Good evening. Welcome to XF. Hope you're doing well. Right now, we're set. I'll meet you in Almanesta. I'll go ahead and let the king know that you're coming. I will see you all soon. Please let me explain how to operate my ingenious invention. The Airbus is a compact and lightweight travel device. And he basically just tells us how to use this. It's fine. I know. Need to explain it? No. Thank you so much, Stanley. If you ever have a problem with the Airbus, bring them back here. Thanks, you're kind of cute for a geek. Let's head to Alvanista. Pokemon eat your heart out? I think you can do that nowadays too, for the most part. So, you can turn and press the A button to go forward. And Archie, as you can see, is flying on her broom. I just love that she's still using the broom, because it kind of makes sense. Also, the way you will see me travel on the boards is actually I'm holding the Y button, because this is so much easier to navigate the world with if I'm not changing like facing direction. Plus, I feel like it looks a bit silly, I would say, when they like fly around like this. It's a bit goofy, but at the same time I also feel like for viewers it might be easier to spot where I'm going to. Technically this is not as fast as actually flying like forward, but yeah, it's fine. Let's actually land here, back in Miguel. And we're gonna go back in here. I don't remember if the cutscene plays here or whether I missed it somewhere in the past. If somebody knows, let me know, because there would be a cutscene here at some point. Also, there's boars and baby boars in this encounter here. Poor little guys. Good evening, Reldex. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Oh, it is playing now. Nice. The tree will live. Mana is saved. Ah, I'm so happy. There's no telling when the tree will die. Now let's go after those. Look, it's Martel. I never thought I'd see you again. Are you alright? Yes, Min's seal is still up. Not only that, the world's mana consumption has stabilized. How wonderful! Since that stabilization, I've been able to sleep peacefully. Wow, even magical spirits need to sleep. I felt a new presence within me when Mint cast her seal upon the tree. Sometimes, when I am asleep, a tall, handsome man with long blonde hair visits me, and then when he sees me looking at him, he disappears, as if it had a dream. As if it had a dream the whole time. Had been? Gross, let her finish. Martel, who is he? Dolls. Could it be? Dolls? I remember you. I can't believe you came all this way after me. I assure you, this time I will crush you the way I crushed Midgar. I won't allow you to harm them. Because of the respect I have for Martel and the Tree of Life, I will spare you this time. But there will be a next time. Oh my. He really gives me the creeps. I felt a very different radiation of power from him this time. Something almost alien, but very powerful. maybe we can't defeat him. Is it really impossible? Perhaps. Why did Daz come here? Was it really to kill us? It sounded like he had no idea we'd come after him. Perhaps Alvanista's king can help. Agreed. You do not remember this scene? Yep. Basically, this clues us in, if we didn't pick up on this before, that Daz wasn't the one destroying Mana. He has a lot of respect for Martel and associated life forms, if you will. So he would prefer if... Where's my holy bottle? Did I not just use it? That's weird. The graphic is glitched. Anyways. There's definitely something more going on. Is there much of a difference between the SNES and the PSX version? Think of the PlayStation version as like the definitive version, I would say. I feel like that is a good way to think about it. I personally would say it's a better casual experience to play the... Oh wow, they absorb wind, I didn't know that. I think the PlayStation version is probably a better casual experience. I just prefer the combat and, let's say, lethality of this one. But at the same time, that is not necessarily what most people are looking for when playing this game. There's basically just a lot of little things, extra scenes, like more evolved plot and stuff like that, just explained from... Basically, it just... Again, it's a director's cut, but also just explains more. It fleshes out various stories and side activities and cutscenes. I think the PlayStation version is just really good, honestly. So... I guess let's go to Alvanista. Also, we kind of learned from Dals in this cutscene that he destroyed Midgard after all. I don't know if this is spoilers to mention at this point, but the reason why Mana stabilized is because Dals destroyed Midgard and they couldn't continue their magic technology research. So something more is going on, in short, I guess. Hello. Legend has it that the ancients at Thor captured Aska, the light spirit. Hard to imagine any country being that powerful. Aska. What? Who are you? No peasants allowed. But we're Harrisons. You heard him. Get lost. Just a second. Sir Harrison. These people are honored guests of the royal family. Sorry. I apologize for the girls. They're the ones our lives are depending on? I know they're just children. They're here, Ruinglum. Thank you for coming. This guy's still alive 150 years later. Ruinglum! Who is this guy? We met him in the past. He's a great wizard. Ruinglum, I never imagined I'd see you again. Remember that I'm an elf, so my lifespan is several hundred years longer than yours. I'm sorry we had to meet again like this, but I am happy to see you regardless. You're looking well for being a century and a half older than we last saw you. I know there are many things to talk about, but we should see His Highness first. Agreed. My liege, these are the ones from the past I told you about. King Louis IX. I can't thank you enough for coming so far. Harrison has already informed you that Dawes has been terrorizing the entire world now. The worst part is he's mastered time travel, so we can never catch up with him. Fortunately, we think we found the key to Dawes' undoing. What do you mean? One of our expeditions to Thor revealed some truth to a legend we'd been hoping was true. Tell us. A millennia ago, the world was comprised of 3 countries. The 3 countries of Odin, Fenrir, and Thor ruled the entire world. After Thor was destroyed, Odin and Fenrir continued in a war that ended up destroying both of their civilizations. But we found a book that detailed where the most powerful weapons of each of these countries are hidden. And you think these weapons are capable of hurting Dawes? If the 3 weapons from these countries are found, they can be combined into a sword that can control time. So we can bind Dawes from escaping through another time portal. My research staff can provide you with more information. You've become somewhat of a legend here in Alvanista, because of a century and a half ago you defeated Dawes. It's incredible that you're here before me now. I wonder how much stories and stuff has been embellished in the meantime. A millennia ago, there were 3 separate powers in the world, countries of Odin, Fenrir, and Thor. And they were all in competition until a giant meteor smashed Thor. The remaining 2 countries, Odin and Fenrir, ended up destroying each other. Each country has its power embodied in a magical artifact. There's researchers in the Magical Research Center here in Alvanista that can tell you more. You're this world's last hope. So they functionally traveled into the past in order to bring the kids back that managed to defeat Dawes in the past, because he is now still wreaking havoc 50 years later. Or again, I guess. Hi. Hey you, half-elf, I can sell you some spells. Oh, she still says the same ones 150 years later. The people of Freeskill can surely help you. There's still a large church dedicated to Fenrir there. Recently, there have been more and more monsters and ninjas hurting people. I wonder if they have anything to do with Dawes. According to the book, their 3 legendary weapons are the Flamberge, the Vorpal Swords, and the Diamond Ring. Diamond Ring? We already have that one. How convenient. There are many ancient buildings still standing in Freeland. The book mentions that Origin can combine the 3 weapons, but isn't Origin just a legend? Well, he repaired our rings when we were trying to get the help of Luna. I hope the environment will heal itself. From what? There are many ancient buildings still standing in Freeland. Oh wait. We haven't talked to. Odin lived in the southern portion of Freeland, which used to be a large green field. Welcome to Elisara. You were about to ask where Grimer is, but you found him. Very sneaky. Grimer is always important. I used to live in Midgard, but I ran away from Dawes. Hey swordsman, I'll teach you a skill for 18,000 gold. Nah, I'm good. I'll be here if you change your mind. I don't know which one this is. But again, these are basically just combo skills you can learn from various NPCs. Do you still change the music? Yes. This guy is still sitting at the same table 150 years later. And it just pitches the entire song 1 note up. Or something. Anyways, now we need to go to Fenrir and Thor. Where is Fenrir? Where is Thor? Well, I can tell you. Thor is right here. How do you know about this? Well, you just explore the world at some point, because now that you have more freedom of movement, you will eventually find this place. Let's put it this way. And this, my friends, this place is the reason why I call Mint the MVP of the run. Let me explain. When we go inside here, this is already sour. Quite normal for now. It won't open, so we have to activate various levers and things along the way. I don't remember where all of these are, to be honest. But once we get here... Ow. 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 This is how fast we lose 1/8 of our maximum HP every single tick. If we don't have that much maximum HP, well, it's relatively easy to heal up, but this is fast drain, and importantly, this HP drain kills you. How are you supposed to get through here? Well, there is like 2 main ways you get through here at a reasonable pace. Plus, this is another reason why I probably recommend the PlayStation version, because one of the ways you can get through here is just you heal through it. This is why Mint is the MVP. We're just gonna have her heal herself while we are going through here. 2. I just need to count. 3, 4, 5. Also running here would be normal. 6. And I need to heal Mint. Everybody else is taking a nap. She's just taking this all on her own shoulders. The food bag is empty. Oh yeah, the food bag. I guess the food bag would also help you a bunch, just keeping the healing up a little bit better. But I actually never thought about that, but that's a fair point. I guess the food bag would also kind of help, huh? Anyways. I would like to have jet boots on somebody. Here you get jet boots, so we can actually run. There are random encounters here, but we're just gonna ignore these. 1, 2, 3... This is one of the most stressful parts of a speedrun, because you're trying to balance between not healing too much and running through the areas while also keeping up the holy bottle counter. Hit this lever. This is one of 2 in order to open up the central pathway. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh no, I didn't use the holy bottle. This is a problem. And we're in a pincer attack too. I did not do that right. I did not do that right at all. Oh, it's not even a pincer attack. And we are defeated. The life bottle takes like 10 seconds before it fully concludes. I needed to use another holy bottle to not get into encounters. Because I'm running, I'm getting into encounters twice as quick, so I need to use the holy bottles more frequently. You remember the first translation patch for this game being terrible? This one still has its infamous portions, but for the most part I think it's pretty good. But this one is still infamous in parts. Anyways, attempt number 2. I'm gonna pretty much ignore all of the items in here, I think, at this point. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, actually it's 1 and 2 now. 3, 4, 5, 6. I did not mean to use 2. Well, now I have one less holy bottle to work with. It'll be fine. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6. 7. This room here does not have any heat in it, so it's a bit of a reprieve, I guess. You're intended to do stuff in the bottom floor to disable this heat damage, right? No, actually, this is not the intended way to clear this, I don't think. I might be mistaken. I don't remember ever doing anything in the bottom floor to remove the heat damage. To my knowledge, the only way to get rid of the heat damage is by equipping an accessory that prevents the heat damage entirely. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. If HP was divisible by 8, she actually would have died right there with the 8 stick. Because it deals 1/8 of your maximum HP rounded down in damage. And yeah, she's just carrying literally everybody up the stairs. And then back down again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And heal. Remember, pushing and pulling statues 3 is twice as costly in terms of steps towards the next encounter. Same as running, basically. 1, 2, 3. Thankfully, the tower is not that long, but oh my goodness, Mint just keeping everybody alive while we are trying to climb is basically a way to do this. If you get into random encounters like a normal person, a lot of the enemies actually have a chance to drop you a salamander ring, I believe, that prevents the heat damage from this area. This is, I think, the way you are intended to do this. Maybe there's a way to disable the heat damage? I don't know about that. I've never seen it anyway, but there are a lot of things I don't necessarily know about this game, so maybe I'm just making this up and I'm just climbing the tower the hard way. Who knows? Anyways, this is how I've always done it, at least. Now, I actually should have gone to Fenrir first, because then we could have picked up the tidal wave spell for Archie. But we don't have a tidal wave spell now, so I'm actually gonna exchange Archie to be Clara. Yes, even the party members that are not currently active will take the heat damage. So if you wanted to keep everybody alive without just letting them to go down and take a nap on the floor, you actually need to exchange your party members on top of that. Alright, we're gonna have him cast some helpful spells too. At least this is the idea. Welcome to an encounter. I am here to guard the Flamberge. So you think you're worthy of it? Then I must test you. Right, and if I went over to the ice area first as well, I would actually have an ice weapon dealing extra damage to these guys. I forgot as well. Anyways, we maximal immediately to the mage at the back. Trying to hit him so he cannot cast Eruption on us, which only Crest will realistically survive. It's just that much damage. Trying to hit him again. Actually hit the guy in the back there. Oh, Clark decided to take a nap. Let's use a flare bottle for Crest to increase his damage output. Gummy. Actually, no, we're fine for now. Oh, this was not good enough. Good night, Crest Chester. 2,500 damage to Chester. Remember, we have the boots equipped that reduce damage for us by 30%. Which is, you know, it's pretty good. And now I'm gonna get harassed by enemies on both sides. And this is not good. Well, I guess this is why we brought the miracle gummies and such. Oh, this guy's also FMP, how convenient. I guess he can only cast one eruption, but now I still somehow have to deal with these guys. I think unless I actually use my active ability, I can't actually damage these guys. I'm not dealing enough damage. Lemon gummy. Alright. Flare bottle, increase your damage. Come on. You got this. Alrighty, nice. We're gonna revive Chester, just so he gets the experience from this encounter. And this guy can literally not damage us anymore anyways. No, Chester, go the other way. I reoriented the party because I pressed L earlier. We're eventually gonna get you, Jin. There we go. Let's hope we get a ring or two. Just gains a few levels. Salamander ring acquired. Perfect. Alrighty. Salamander ring. Let's revive you and you. Salamander ring in combat also prevents fire damage entirely, which is very nice to have. Yeah, we give you the Salamander ring for now. Renders the bear immune to cold. Oh, right, you need to use a rune bottle on the Salamander ring because the fire ring protects you from cold. You know, it makes thematic sense. So you actually need to transform it into the Nymph's ring, which prevents you from heat. Give it to Mint, so she no longer takes any heat damage. Give her an orange gummy to heal more, and holy bottle. Alrighty. Hello. I'm here to guard a Flambirch. There's 3 guards. This is the same encounter. Hit the guy behind you, Flush. Actually, you know what? I'm going to have Mint go behind you. Because it would be better if Mint were to just absorb the attacks while Clark can cast spells. Maxwell just has a really high probability, or a really high random amount of damage he can do. And even though Clark is not particularly high level or well equipped, the occasional just 2000 damage he can do with Maxwell is just really helpful. The other guy's just gonna cast Eruption, but at least Mint is not going to go down to it, because she is gonna survive this. Oh, I actually interrupted the mage anyways. From his casting spell. His spell casting is really slow. Nice. Good job, Mint, thanking for Clark there in the back. Thank you for interrupting the Jin from casting the spell. Bit of a low set of damage rolls, but that's alright. Good thing Clark casts faster than the Jin. Because I cannot reach him with this annoying enemy in the middle. The carry. Alright, carry is down. Unfortunately, this is gonna entirely miss because that guy is currently intangible. But with Chester just continuously firing at this point, he actually is not gonna get any opportunities to cast spells anymore. Pretty much. Might take a bit to knock him out though. By the way, as you can see, Chester basic arrow does more damage than my basic attacks. Already. We get 2 more salamander rings. Very handy. Right, we're gonna equip this on gloves. No more running away from us. Necessary for now. Oh, couldn't I have equipped... Does the Garnet ring shield you from fire from Clarth? I don't think it does, but I guess I don't actually know. Right, let's transform these things before we do anything else. And we have 2 more rings. One goes to Chester. And recover my MP as well as HP. Mint would have to heal Cress a lot in order to recover his HP because, well, he has a lot of maximum HP. This is the main reason why I actually let Cress go down during the tower climb, because healing via Mint is the most efficient, but keeping Cress alive is not that great usually. Plus, on top of that, trying to keep him alive is a bit awkward too. Or keeping everybody alive is a bit awkward too, because Mint in a speedrun usually doesn't actually have learned Nursed yet, just because she usually goes down way more frequently in other boss fights, so you funnel all the experience into Cress. Poor Mint. Anyways. Let's see, did you take any damage, Clarth? I actually don't know. I don't think I healed you up. Alright, let's see. Does Clarth take any damage with the ring? Yes, it's actually kind of a missed opportunity, I would argue. Garnet ring shields the ring where it is shielded from fire. But apparently it doesn't work in here. I feel like it should. Anyways. Last encounter of these. Maxwell. Wow, a lot of these missed actually, that's very unusual. That enemy was just standing in the exact wrong spot, I suppose. Thanks for tanking, Mint. You got some good rolls in there. Let's see if you can keep that up. Oh wow, that guy's not dead. That was some good hits, but I guess the first one really flopped. Chester just protected Mint with that arrow there. That's a pretty good arrow. Nice, alright. Nurse. He's gonna cast Explode, but only Crest is actually gonna take any damage from it. Everybody... What? Why did they take damage? I gave them the rings that shield them from fire. Am I crazy? I swear they shouldn't take any damage from this. Thanks, Mint. Carrie keeps interrupting me. There we go. Mint learned silence. Fire does not equal heat, apparently. Genuinely, I thought this ring protected you against fire in general, but apparently I'm wrong. Oh wait, there's 4 of them. I thought there were 3. I thought this last door was very near supposed to go after defeating the others. I was mistaken. Anyways, we have max HP now. Hurrah! And also, Knarth needs some orange gummies. One more. Definitely recommend to going for Fenrir first, although, arguably, that it has the more difficult boss. Also some good hits there. Good night, Chester, I guess. No, now it is 0. See? I'm so confused right now. Oh, nice. Good shot, Chester. I guess Chester has approximately reached a breaking point where he is now starting to become significantly, well, caught up. He doesn't have a good weapon yet, though. We just bought him in one weapon at the first shop time we could buy stuff in, and that's it. So he still needs a good weapon in order to keep up. So I guess I wasn't crazy. Anyways, the staircase now appears now that we are allowed up here. Use some mixed gummies here, here, and here. And have Mint heal up the rest. And you know, this formation is actually just fine. So fun fact, if you get the ice weapon from Fenrir first, you actually don't want to use it against the boss. This boss is rather resilient against ice damage, and you're better off using a neutral weapon. The speedrun just ends up using the same Damascus sword that you used against Volt, which, well, I've been using because I haven't upgraded my weapon since. But that's kind of what you end up doing here. Lambert, which is the latest name here, does that. My name, oh, it's Flambelk. This is Odin's sword. None shall take it. Alrighty, welcome to this one. This one is a bit of a doozy. She looks a lot like Undine, or Undine, when you fight her. And let me tell you, she is just as mean, attacking you from across the area, hitting everybody super quite quick, stunning me permanently, and having a high chance of just blocking the attacks. Basically, she's rude and pretty mean, but at the same time, since I'm not speedrunning, I'm inclined to just have Clark continuously cast Maxwell over and over again in order to deal good chunks of damage, and if nothing else, interrupt her spellcasting if my other two characters are failing to do so in the meantime. In the speedrun, ideally what you can do is you can push her into the corner and then use the Gale Shield, but that's kind of difficult to accomplish at times. I think I should be immune, right? Yeah, you're immune. Anyways, Gale Shield has a really long setup time, and if I get interrupted, it has a really long cooldown time. But as you can see, the damage is absolutely absurd if we can push her into the corner. But she will often just do regular physical attacks, hit me over and over, so pushing her into the corner and then actually getting the time to set this up is very inconsistent. But she is being really nice right now. Thank you, Flambelk. How nice of you. Yeah, duh. Clark also gains a bunch of levels. I guess he has been knocked out a lot too, huh? For what it's worth. You've defeated me. Congratulations. The Flamberge is yours. Wield it with justice. Justice? Do I have to? Acquired Odin's Flamberge. Predictably, this is a fire-based weapon and you don't want to use it in this tower yet. But it's pretty strong. Something's happening. My head. You have the spirit of a true warrior. Listen to your soul and look beyond what you know. Feel something powerful. Crest learns Soul Wave. Oh yeah, I actually forgot about this. Crest learns new techs from picking up these swords, regardless of his levels. He now has learned Soul Wave. And I think that's the short range? Yeah. So let's put it this way, Gale Shield is very inconsistent to be able to use, but Soul Wave. Soul Wave is actually really nice to get an attack off from short range much more reliably. Fury Slash technically is better, but I'm gonna actually replace it with Soul Wave for the time being. Also, Are you back up? Now we have to walk all the way back down, but we, 3 of our poor party members, protected against the fire. We actually don't even have to worry about healing anymore. Just worry about using up holy bottles so we don't get into random encounters. As you might expect, all of these dungeons have various items and goodies and equipment pieces along the way that you could pick up. For the most part, I actually don't even remember what these are, but I think I distinctly remember. In order to enter this door here, you actually have to push this statue out of sight of the door so you can actually enter it, and there are, I believe, gloves in here? Oh, it's a shield ring. Right. The shield ring sells for a lot of money for what it's worth, but it's also, again, one of the few types of shields the other characters can also equip, increasing their defenses quite dramatically, honestly. I remember that just in particular being actually pretty good. But we can more or less just walk straight outside for what it's worth, so we're gonna do that. Pick this up just because I can. Right, and there's no more damage. Should we investigate the base floor just to see if there's any, like, thing we can turn off to turn off the fire? I don't think there is. Who knows? Chests. Question mark book. Moon crystal. The heck is a moon crystal? A jewel that increases the user maximum TP by 30%. Oh, right. You can actually use a rune bottle on a black onyx and turn it into a moon crystal. Basically, HP increased by 30% and TP increased by 30%, whichever one you prefer, I suppose. Which, for the most part, HP is just way more relevant in order to increase survivability. But hey, having more maximum TP can actually be quite nice, especially if your HP is maxed out. There's a lever here. What is it open? That's a good question. This door is closed, right? This still won't open. There's another lever here. Oh, there's encounters. Your Kole. These things absorb TP if I'm not mistaken. But hey, look at Solway. Anti-paralyzed. That is very convenient. Remedy. So Soul Wave, not nearly as strong as Fury Slash, I suppose you could say, but it is more reliable, and the little stars that emanate from Dress actually do also deal damage for what it's worth. Anyways, I think Chester is dealing damage probably. Let's try Volt. Volt is 1000 damage, let's try Luna. Laser! Luna laser. Still love the spray. 900 damage. They are in a fire tower, but... Alright, we don't have any other summons. That would be worthwhile. The previous summons are all mostly weak. I guess Undine has some niche uses against specifically fire weak or water weak enemies. You know, it's actually pretty decent for the low spell cost. But anyway, I would just wanted to demonstrate Soul Wave. It is better for me to use Fury Slash because it just has such a high attack multiplier on my damage output that even though the enemies here have really high defenses, I would be able to punch through their defenses. Running low on TP recovering items, but hey. I guess we're gonna get somewhere. Orange gummy for you, and you. We have one left. Can I go back to Fury Slash? Yeah, we just hit that lever, now the door in the middle is open. What's in here? Maybe I should go outside and save. I'm going to go outside and save and come back in here afterwards. I'm also out of holy bottles, so I'm just gonna go and restock while I'm not going outside and saving too. But I'm actually curious to explore the bottom of this place. Also, Olive Village still exists. And it's the same old village as you remember it 150 years ago. Probably different people in here, but even that's not a given considering elves live a long time. Welcome. Or even sell rune bottles here now. Got all sorts of great medicine. Fantastic for us. We need a lot of, we use a lot of life bottles in that too. Alright, nice recovery. Can we talk to this other person too? Who are you? All our medicines are made from scratch right here. It's important for us to do things this way. Okay. Chicken. Would like to buy an egg? They were just late this morning, 80 gold. Sure. Thanks. Restock a run mode, indeed. Well, let's see what we find in Odin's Tower in here. It's like 3 ways to go, and then another fork afterwards. Ow. 2. Mixed gummy, 3. 4. Mixed gummy. Okay, just mixed gummies here. Trying to keep Crest alive, cost us all of our TP and mint already. My goodness. This is such a winding corridor and path, it's crazy. What is this place? This is not even the way to go to the top. I think. Holy bottle. Wait, does this loop? This loops, doesn't it? No, it doesn't. It's a book of spells. Archer learned explode. Oh. Oh, that's where we could explode. Well, I suppose it makes sense. You go to Fenrir to get Tidal Wave, and you go here to get Explode. Yeah, boom! It's also a really fun, like, animation and just sound effect mix. Explode is very satisfying. I'm actually mildly surprised that this was not in fact a loop. Actually, I have not checked out this room here yet, technically. 1, 2. How long is this place? What the heck, dude? I'm just fascinated. How much further is it gonna go? Who knows? I have no idea. Question mark helm. What is this? We also got a question mark book on armor. And the bow Stark look. Short bow, that's nothing. Seventh Sun. A book written in a long forgotten Eastern language. Helmet is a paladin's helm. That's a good one, actually. That is better than what we have. We actually, if you remember, our armor is still from Midgard all the time, way back where we upgraded it a long time ago. Paladin helm is a nice upgrade, I suppose. We have another Star Cloak now. You get this one. We have not upgraded his armor ever since we got him in the party. Graf just got his very first armor upgrade. It's actually quite amusing. He was surviving just fine for the most part, honestly. And then... we also have a bunch of veal. You can put it into the food bag if you want to. Cake. Seventh Sun. Sure, we can give you a new book as well sometime, why not? That's neat. Is it just a chance to get out of a pool, or are there a set of items you just need to identify before using? These items are set, you just need to identify them before you know what they are. They're not actually random in the chest, for what it's worth. Life bottle and shield ring. Another shield ring? Okay, Clark, you also get immediately another upgrade. He went from 24 to 94 defense in like 3 rooms apart. Oh, I didn't realize this was another path to go on this side. We just went in a little loop here, I think. Oh wait, no. Did we? Oh, this is a side room. This is where we came from, I think. It is indeed. Two ticks, that's fine. Quarter of our HP gun. What was over here? Have we been here? We have been here, yes. What's on the left then? I don't think we've been here. 1. Ankh shield? What is an Ankh shield? 2. Flame mantle 3. 4. Alright, actually we could give Mint her... oh, she has the fairy ring equipped. This already is half cost for her spells, and it still costs us that much to keep Cress alive. Ankh shield. Paladin's shield, Forge of Iron, blessed by priests. How much better is this? It's only 5 more defense, but a good chunk more block chance. Again, the run stat indicates how likely you are to block things rather than, you know, running. It's a bit of a strange translation, but there's a high chance the translator had actually no idea what the stat did, for what it's worth. Because it's not exactly like the game is particularly clear about these things. You wonder if it's a haha is only half cost in battle. I think it's outside of battle too. Nurse costs 10 right now. If we unequip her ring. Nurse costs 20. It is outside the battle too. Anyways, 1 verbena. Okay, why not? Might as well use this before I forget about it again. We use a rune bottle on the verbena to turn it into a red verbena. So we increase our agility rating by 2. Again, Chester is going to get a crazy weapon at some point. that increases his accuracy so high that no enemy can really block his attacks anyways. So I'm not worried about giving him the agility. Breath of Fire was like that. I feel like Breath of Fire was more of a case of, instead of this being intentional design, that it only works in combat, it's just a happenstance of how the game was programmed instead. Like, I would be surprised if it was a design decision for it to only work in combat for Breath of Fire. Basilisk skill, the question mark armor. I think that armor might be the Paladin set, considering we found a bunch of Paladin armor. A Reflect Plate. Magically reflective armor. I have no idea if there's any point to this being magically reflective, or whether that's just the game doing things. Anyways, Chester, you get an armor upgrade. I don't need it. Probably. Okay, explore this place, but I don't think, unless there might be some rooms I missed, I don't think there's a way to turn off the fire damage. I'm pretty sure, at least in this version of the game, you're just supposed to get the rings and then transform them in order to not take heat damage all the dang time. It's a bit of a stressful run or place to run through, but if you have like a decent level party, you would have mint at like level 40, 45, and so you would be able to keep everybody alive at a decent rate. Because it's percentage-based damage to your party, even if you're at lower level, mint on average should just be able to keep you alive regardless. But you have to just heal rather frequently, I guess. Anyways, now let's head over to Fenrir. Somewhere. I think that was... I don't remember where it is. I think this is Eri, not Fenrir. I think this is Fenrir. Or well, it's called Freezekill. Freezekill has Fenrir as... well, a temple to Fenrir still. Let's see. Hello, friend. There's a place where the weather's hot all the time. I can't imagine such a place would be like. Are you selling the items? I heard the Vorpal Sword is somewhere here in the Freezekill, but no one has ever been able to find it. No, that's a different city where that's a thing. Laser Blade! Costs 200,000 coins. Is this thing worth it? I believe a lot of enemies resist the Laser Blade, for what it's worth, so it's actually most of the time not particularly good, funnily enough, despite having such a humongous price tag. I don't actually know what it's used for best, but the Laser Blade unfortunately is not that great, because so many enemies seem to resist it. We could buy a new Crescent Bow for Chester, but again, we don't really... well, you know what, we have the money. I'm just gonna buy a new bow for Chester. Gonna buy some Night Gloves too, and some Mithril Plate. You know what we're gonna do? We have... Lotus Perfume, which reduces shop prices by half. So I'm actually just gonna go ahead and use this. By the way, don't accidentally cancel out of the shop menu. You will no longer get the discount if you do that. Because it literally only works the one time you enter the menu with the shopkeeper next. Do we need the Jade Ring? No, we don't need another Jade Ring. Maybe White Mist would be funny to use, but we don't technically need it. We have plenty of healing items. We don't need that many Fairy Rings. Oh wait, the Mist Rune is not the White Pearl. We cancel the White Pearl. Wait, why is the egg worth 3,140 coins here? What? I didn't realize it was a trade good. So I guess if you want to make money, go and buy eggs from the guy in Olivine City and sell the eggs here? That's kind of crazy. I had no idea. Sell the moon crystal, don't need the amber cloak anymore. Right now, we buy crescent bow, a mithril plate for Cress, 2 mithril gloves, a festive ribbon. I've never bought this thing before, I don't think. Might as well start now. And that's everything you want for now. Thank you. Topical for Americans right now. Right, Chester, you get a new bow. This this bow has a little bit more attack power than the previous one. I'd like to point out that he has right now 611 attack, which is the basic bow we had. To put this into perspective, Cress's attack power right now with the Damascus weapon is 466. At least the way I've been using it. Like, sure, the Flambert has over 1,000, but this only works against enemies that are not immune or resistant to elements. For the most part, a neutral element on your weapon is preferable if you don't know, like, specifically what you're dealing with, because even in a dungeon where enemies are, well, cold-themed dungeon, let's put it this way, they will often still be, like, resistant or even immune against the given element, so it's kind of a bit of a questionable choice to pick something that has an element, because you cannot change weapons in combat. But look at this, his upgrade is now 1,513 damage. His bow, or well, his attack power, is higher than Cress's legendary weapon. Again, Chester's stats, he doesn't have any ability in this game, but his stats just kind of go through the roof, basically. As soon as he gets a few levels, he's also like half level of Cress, and still, he just has such a high crazy attack power. But because all he can do is just do basic attacks, but he can do that really well, he just hits like a truck. It's great. Hi, welcome to the Church of Fenrir. This is a neutral town. We don't want any government affiliations. Not that anyone wants us. Only natives can stand the terrible winters here. Welcome to Fenrir's church. The door has been sealed with ice and no one's opened that spooky old church for decades. This is one of the oldest surviving towns in the world. One of the 3 ancient civilizations used to live here. This island used to be called Fenrir. No one has opened this door in ages, and the spooky eye above the door doesn't exactly help, being more inviting. This is the Church of Fenrir. The door is locked, so how are we going to get in? You dare to defile the Church of Fenrir? Turn back now, or die a bloody death. What was that? Well, we're not going to find out just standing out here. Do we really have to? This place gives me the creeps. Right, open the door. The 2 ladies just break the door because apparently they can do that. Whoa, Archie, how hard did you push? It was an accident. Whatever, let's just go, okay? Alrighty. You dare defile the Church of Fenrir. I was initially gonna say, but we didn't do anything like that yet. No, we just broke down the door and we're trampling over the remains. Ah, what an unbelievable craftsmanship. It's absolutely beautiful. So you really do wish to die. Who are you? I'm the guardian of Fenrir's Vorpal Sword. Holy Vorpal Sword. Sword to kill anyone who dares take it. Well, we're taking that sword, no matter who or what stands in our way. Then step ahead, fools, and welcome your icy demise. It looks like an entrance to some sort of underground passage. Well, let's check it out. Welcome to my favorite music in the entire game. I'm just gonna sit here because I can. You were expecting ice damage, not gonna lie. So fun fact, the PlayStation version does have ice damage. That is in fact a thing in the PlayStation version. However, the PlayStation version sells you rings that protect you against ice damage before entering the dungeon. I think it's like just 2 of them. They're also really expensive, but at least you have some means of protecting against environmental damage. These are also the same rings that you then use a rune bottle on to protect yourself against fire damage. This is kind of why the PlayStation version is quite a bit friendlier about this entire environmental damage thing, because you can functionally buy the rings that protect you against the environmental damage, then transform them to whichever side you need them to be. In this game, you don't have to worry about cold damage, but the only way to get the fire rings is to go into the fireplace to begin with. Well, fire protection rings, really. Anyways, absolutely love this music. It is so good. And because probably a bunch of people were not here earlier, I want to real quick give a shout out to whoever, and unfortunately I don't know who created this drawing. Please, if you do know who created this, let me know, because I would be very interested. Because unfortunately I don't have a name on there. But I did actually end up finding the little MVP mint picture again. Here it is. You remember how I call Mint my little MVP, despite having no HP, no experience, and she's just carrying the run basically through the entirety of Thor's tower and just healing and helping out as much as she can across the board, while getting minimal experience and still being incredibly helpful. That's why in the speedruns I just always called her the MVP, and somebody drew this one. And I just love this picture. Unfortunately, I don't know who created this anymore. I thought it was Chas Guangxi, but apparently it is not. So yeah, I don't know who created it, unfortunately. I think this was created in 2018, so that is 7 years ago. But yeah, I figured I might as well show this one, because some people might be intrigued. Oh, also on an entirely different note, I also found this picture. This is the Japanese translations for the various abilities. I also notated the TP cost, because the TP cost was going to be kind of important for me to be able to identify the various Japanese characters as to what they looked like, because if you remember, I ran this game in Japanese. I don't actually really speak Japanese or read it, so I had this little translation guide. I figured I might as well just show that too while I see it as well. Alrighty, moving on. Let's get into the icy depths of the Dungeon of Fenrir. I don't have enough holy bottles for this. It's fine, we can just fight things. It'll be okay. Also, we need the Sorcerer's Ring, I just remembered. Plus, we don't need the Nymph's Ring anymore around here. So we give you the Black Onyx for our maximum HP. We give Clarth the Sorcerer's Ring, so we can actually use that thing. Because we need it in here. And then we give Chester also probably a Black Onyx. For more maximum HP. This, I believe, is a Paladin Helm, if I'm not mistaken. In my speedrun route, I used to pick this one up, identify it, and equip it. Yeah, it's a Paladin Helm. But at some point, I just, once again, cut as much as I could out of the speedrun, and I just didn't bother getting that thing anymore, because it's just unnecessary. So anyways, there's a button over here. It's frozen. We can't move the lever. So you need to take a step back and use the Sorcerer's Ring on this thing. Ouch, that's hot. But now I can pull the lever. Because the Sorcerer's Ring in this universe is strictly fire of sorts. Explosion damage, electricity, heating, I don't know what you want to call it. But it is fiery. And this is the solution. Hope you remember we have the Sorcerer's Ring, but never even unequipped it. We need, of course, light all the torches so our path forward gets open. I believe this is another star cloak right here, if I'm not mistaken. If I find my rune bottle to identify things. Yes, this is the third star cloak you can find, which means everybody can have one now. Alrighty, we're gonna... Archie's on the floor. I forgot about this. Of course, she took the environmental damage in those towers. We're gonna exchange Chester for now. For a good reason, let's put it this way. Mint protects our backside. Also, we still don't have a way to revive through Mint's spells, because it's not something she gets until higher level. Normally we would have it here, but well, we don't. Are you petrified too? Oh no, I just no. It's fine. I just accidentally ordered these things. Why are you petrified? When did you get petrified, Archie? What? Why are you petrified? Nothing that I know of even petrifies you in this previous dungeon. I exchanged her in Thor's dungeon, didn't I? Blasted by Daos. Yeah, actually, that's a good point. That's probably the most recent time where she could have been petrified. But I thought I exchanged her well after that point. Maybe I didn't? Anyways, we get a star cloak now. And a festive ribbon. That's all. Substantial defense increase. We don't have another shield ring for you though. I'm sure there's some somewhere. But yeah, Blasted by Daz feels like the most recent time that could have happened. You need to heat up the statue so you can move it. And the reason why you need to move the statue in front of this thing is because there's wind blowing from this. This is not a passageway you can enter. But this will extinguish as soon as you light it up because of the wind. We're gonna get into an encounter about here. Here it is. Kuno Ichi, those are dangerous. Archie. Explosion. I love the pause and music and everything when the exploder is about to hit. It's such a good effect. Also, these guys can teleport and hide from damage whenever they take any damage at all. Alrighty, welcome to the big grid. I think this is a 4x4 grid. And I don't really remember what is where. There's an armlet. What's an armlet? Decreases the amount of time one is rendered unconscious by half. Oh, the stars above my head? No. Interesting. So, I don't remember what's in all these side rooms, so I'm just gonna check out every single side room. Basically, we start in the bottom right. Like, if you think of a 4x4 grid, we start in column 4, row 3. At least I think that's a 4x4. It might be 3x3. Charm bottle. Oh yeah, I remember the charm bottle here. That used to be part of the speedrun. But then I didn't need it anymore. Uh-oh, where's my holy bottle? There they are. Okay, they were slightly rearranged. Over here, this is what I also used to get before the tower. This is a book of spells. Archie learned Tidal Wave. This is one I distinctly remember because Tidal Wave is really good in Thor's Tower to deal with the Guardians reasonably quickly. There's another black onyx. Silver Cape. What's a Silver Cape do again? Has a 30% chance of negating fire attack. So it's not 30% less damage, but 30% chance to negate, which is not that great, honestly. I think it's 4x4 though. What's this? Shield ring. Oh, there we go. I was waiting for the last one. Everybody now has shield rings. So everybody has a much better survivability than they had before. Nice. So, this place here is a bit confusing. Also, there's the question mark helm. I believe this is the first star helm that we pick up. Star cap. Yes, it is. So we give it to Mint. Again, she has had her beret equipped since the entirety of the game. Now, a star cap gives her 15 more defense. An enchanted cap to protect the wearer. Very fitting for her, if you ask me. Don't remember what's in this chest. We can grab it on the way back around, because we're gonna go back around. This is like a little go back and forth puzzle switch thing. So I think we need to unfreeze this switch, if I'm not mistaken. Ekim. The heck is an Ekim? Looks like a... Oh wow. This thing was super weak to fire. It just one-shot it. Oh no, this was fine, so we just... Holy bottle here, and then flip the switch to overload step counter. If you have stereo audio, you hear the water flowing only on your right ear, indicating that the water level has changed on the right of here. But I believe... Actually, no, we have to go through here. But because it's also icy, the water would be frozen. But we need it to be gone so we can go downstairs here. So the water went out of this place. Then we hit this lever. This opens the door just to the left of us over here, I believe. Actually, no, this lever opens a different door. I don't remember which one. But we are now back in the main area here. Wait, no, not yet. I'm making that up. Right, there's water on the bottom left. Stepping on this thing freezes the water. Okay, no, actually, it wasn't frozen, the water on the right side. Now it is frozen. And we need it to be frozen so we can walk across it. No ice physics in this game. Oh, nice. Exploder. Send them. Wait, haven't we seen these things before? Oh, these things are super weak to fire as well. Stop absorbing my TP. I don't need those. Apple gummy and mixed gummy. Oh, nice of you guys. I'm gonna just eat one of those mixed gummies. 2 actually. Can confirm you only hear it in your right ear. Yup. Alright, so now we're back in the main room. Now we go back around. And actually, I'm just curious what's in this chest. An Ankh shield. We already have one of these. Nobody else can equip shields in this party, I don't think. Unless Chester can equip shields despite using a bow with 2 hands. Maybe? I guess technically speaking, the game gives you the freedom where you go in which dungeon first, Fenrir or Thor's Tower. I guess they just wanted to make sure you get upgrades no matter where you go first, even if it's specifically for Crest. Anyways. Right ear action again, because now we put the water back on the right side. And because it's frozen, the water, we can walk across it now. Hey, alternative stops, going quite alright. How are you doing today? Another Ekim. Good one shot. I don't remember what's on the left and right here, but let's go and check. Nothing. And nothing. Alrighty. Let's try taking on this next boss straight up, shall we? I just would like to try and demonstrate on how absolutely ridiculous this boss is in terms of just raw power. I have Cress with an accessory that reduces any incoming damage by 30%. He does also really good damage, he has the fire weapon. If we can hit him, we deal a lot of damage. But good luck hitting this guy. Let's see how... I'm curious how it's gonna work out. I distinctly remember this guy was the boss after Demetel in the early game that gave me the most trouble, and I figured out a very distinct strategy to try and defeat this guy in the end, which worked out pretty well. But let's see how this is gonna go for us this time. No more sleeping for Mint? Yeah, no. At this point, all of my characters can just stay awake the entire time. The main reason why you have your other party members take a nap earlier is so all the experience gets funneled into Cress, so he would be able to get his strong abilities earlier. At this point, getting more experience for Cress does not really help you that much. So just everybody getting slightly more HP for survivability and also higher maximum TP to work with is much better. Hey buddy.
I'm Fangwolf. I can't allow you to defile this sacred cavern anymore with your presence. Your bodies will make an excellent offering to Fenrir.
Alright. Welcome to Fangwolf. Again, I'm hitting decently hard if I get to hit. 700 damage from the little snowballs from the ceiling, 1000 from his immediate attacks. He attacks super quick and hits me back and back. Again, Cress has max HP. He is dead. I can't use items. This guy is absolutely ruthless if you get into melee combat with him. So the strategy I devised for the speedrun is as follows. I tell Archie to use only fireballs, the weakest fire spell she has. Because I need to keep Fenrir at bay, and if Archie just continuously just keeps sending fireballs at him, that is kind of desirable. Further, I think I actually... No, I don't have Chester yet. Chester doesn't have a good weapon in the speedrun, so I just use Mint and have Mint throw her little hammers. So help fighters and tell Mint that the only thing she should do at this point is throw her little hammers. You also tell Mint to not use Nurse, because Nurse has... You don't want to stop combat animations. So she wants to just throw hammers at the guy. So then we move Cress all the way to the back over here. But actually Mint slightly in the front, purely so she can throw her little hammers slightly more efficiently, or well, she is in range of throwing her little hammers. Alright, Mint throws hammers, Archer throws fireballs, and then we have Clarth, who we need to make sure has a Mystic Rune here equipped. He does. And just for fun, we can also give you... Oh yeah, actually, what I do in the speedrun, well, what I used to do anyways, is I give him the Aquamarine Ring, which nullifies all the damage Clark takes from snow. Because Fenrir can just make it rain snow and those snowballs hit like a truck. But Clark being able to just absorb that, or well, negate it with his Aquamarine Ring is actually very handy. Then we max out his TP, because Clark is going to be our main damage dealer. Then, last but not least, we exchange, or we make sure we have Phoenix as our long-range skill equipped here. Also, let me put Lionheart here, just for fun. Anyways, we have Phoenix for Cress, and my entire strategy revolves around keeping Fenrir far away from us. Welcome back. Thank you for watching so much. That snowballed quickly. Yup. You always think that boss stats was a mistake. He's just harder than anything. He's a monster. But yeah, this specific strategy just tries to keep him at bay. So basically, Phoenix allows Crest to actually deal fire damage with his weapon, because here's what we do. I basically spam Phoenix at range. I have Archie spam fireballs at range. Actually, Archie, did I switch your... Okay, you are allowed to use spells. Use many spells even. And then I have Clark spam Maxwell. Maxwell deals really good damage to this guy. I'm not entirely sure why Maxwell deals so much more damage to this guy than the other guys before, but I'm just spamming Phoenix, crashing into him, trying to punch him backwards, and have Clark just continuously cast Maxwell over and over. Mint occasionally gets to stun him with her little hammer. And this is kind of my strategy to deal with this guy. Honestly, it works mostly rather consistently. It's rare that this ends up failing. Sometimes he just closes the distance too quickly before you can like just keep pushing him back with the fireballs and Phoenix and such. That can happen. But for the most part, this works pretty well. And there it is. Thank you for the good luck. And we learned Magma Rift. Oh yeah, right, actually I forgot about this ability. This is a good one too. This actually, I think, replaces Fury Slash in a lot of circumstances.
So you're the chosen ones. Fine. Take this Vorpal Sword.
Alright, we have all the ancient cities artifacts. Diamond Ring, Vorpal Sword and the Flamberge. Still have to walk outside though without dying.
I feel a voice. You have powers beyond what you know. Look inside yourself.
I feel a new power. Crest learns Soul Edge. That is a long range ability? I forget what exactly it is. Anyways, instead of Gale Shield in short range, we're gonna actually use the new thing we just learned, Magma Rift. This is pretty good. Basically, the reason why Magma Rift is so good is because it has two parts in terms of its attack. It's kind of a bit like Fury Slash, like really high melee damage. But the convenient part about this is Fury Slash takes like half a second before your attack actually comes out, so you're vulnerable during it, and you need to hope that the enemies don't hit you in the meantime. Magma Rift's first part of the attack comes out super fast, like it is basically instant. The downside is it only works against enemies that are not immune to fire or absorb fire as healing. But the second part of the attack is a decently strong stab, which can help a lot. Anyways, this is the only reason why I ever used Phoenix in this game. This boss here. Let's see Soul Edge. I don't remember anything about this. Actually, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put Lionheart here on my up B button and Soul Edge here. I don't... Oh no, I remember Soul Edge now. It's a pretty good long-range attack, actually. But your character runs up anyways. Where is Soul Alibur? Probably taking a nap, like everything else in this game. Alright, Holy Bottles. I believe you only need 2 in order to go all the way back outside, if I'm not mistaken. Because the way into the core of the dungeon is so much longer than anything else. Anyways, what's over here? Oh, right, there are still enemies. Maxwell. Oh, these guys. Keep doing that. Oh, did I already murder them? Alright, we're using Soul Edge here. Can sometimes see what is happening. Soul Edge basically runs up, deals a really good chunk of damage to these guys, kinda like this. It can be blocked, so it is subject for me to chance to hit and enemies not block concept, but pretty good. Is this the original version? Mostly. It does use a fan translation package. But yes, this is the very first Tales of games that has existed. Silver plate. Is that a plate armor, or is the silver plate referring to like a plate, like a servicing tray? What's a plate armor? Made of pure silver, and apparently it's better than the Crest has equipped. Huh. Didn't need to buy that expensive armor, apparently. Question mark book. Let's see what this one is. Need to use a rune bottle to identify.
Ex Mortis. A book with black pages filled with dark incantations.
Very edgy. You know, the more edgy a book is, the harder it hits when you bonk it on enemies' heads. Everybody knows that. Wait, your current book gives you defenses? That's interesting. This one gives you accuracy. He doesn't attack with his book. Like, you don't let Clark move forward and bonk enemies. At least, not usually. Right. I think that was the last room. There's technically like 4 rooms in the middle I didn't visit. One of them, I believe, has a chest in it, but I don't remember it being particularly, like, useful. Anyways. One holy bottle remains. Oh, right. I was supposed to use the holy bottle right here, activate this torch in order to overflow the thing, and then I would be able to walk all the way back outside. That's alright. We can probably walk anyways. Or not. That's okay. Heck him! I love how useful the little Pico hammer still is from Mint. By the way, I forgot to, in the Flambelk fight previously in Thor's Tower, I was supposed to tell Archie to only use her Isaac Needle attacks, so she would just basically keep interrupting Flambelk for us to have a better chance of getting the Gale Shield off to push her into the corner. Because she can effectively spam like the little Isaac Needle pretty fast. And if I don't have to command her to do so, it's actually even more efficient. Not with that attitude. Welcome back to the Church of Fenrir. Well, we're done here. We have the 3 items we need. Now we just need to bring them. I think back over to Albanesta for Runeglum to inspect and instruct us on what to do next. So we go there. Where are you, Runeglum? Am I not supposed to go to Runeglum? Am I crazy? Don't answer that. You forgot about that flying animation. You're supposed to turn around and fly like forwards by pressing the A button. I'm using the goofy kind of version of flying in this game because it's easier for viewers then to kind of follow where I'm going. Because if I just turn around the map, I guess you can stare at the bottom right in the world map, but this is much more difficult to follow where I'm going. Like, this is how you're supposed to fly. I know where I'm going for the most part, but it's mostly a choice of having people actually understand where I'm going, because if you kind of turn around and fly around, I feel like if you have any sense of where you are or where we're going, that might be easily destroyed by us just turning the camera. So I just don't do that. It looks a bit goofier, but I think that's alright. Okay, we have restocked on our supplies too. Okay, I forget where I need to go. On to adventure. I know we need to combine these things in Ymir Forest at some point. I thought we needed to learn about that first before actually going into the Ymir Forest, but maybe I'm mistaken. 1, 2, 3. Origin is somewhere in this forest, but we can't take Archie with us. Well, we can't just leave her here. It's okay, I just wait here. You promise you'll stay here this time? Hey, no promises. The funny thing is, she does in fact stay here this time. Also, I just realized nobody has the jet boots equipped anymore because Archie is no longer in our team. No, I kind of want just to do half the Black Onyx for maximum HP. Right, we can give you jet boots. Roll a d20. Alrighty, Petras. Oh, that's a 20. You can reroll if you'd like to. You have 1 luck point per day. But natural 20s are usually pretty good. What's the lore reason for Archie not entering? The residents forbid her kind? Yes, she's a half-elf, and half-elves are absolutely forbidden. Basically, the short version about this entire construct is, from what I've learned, the elves have withdrawn from contacting or having anything to do with humans at all 150-ish years ago. For the most part, it's kind of unclear as to why they suddenly decided to just kind of break contact to this extreme degree. But the consequence of it is also that any half-elves, because they are quote-unquote tainted with human blood, are beat to be put to death if they go into Ymir Forest. We were only originally allowed in here because we are, well, official diplomats, whatever you want to call it. We were technically officials from Albanista, and they still have like high-level relations with other kingdoms. They just don't want to have anything to do with humans anymore. But all pure-blooded elves were forced, if they wanted to or not, to go back to the Ymir Forest. And any half-elves that were just out there, I guess, just were left wherever they were. And yeah, Archie snuck in here, got caught, and then was supposed to be put to death. But her mother rushed out of the room, or out of the inn, apparently she was the innkeeper, and decided, you know what, take me instead, please. Anything but killing her daughter. Archie didn't know her mother was still alive, because her father told her that her mother was dead. By the way, Archie's mother wished to be told that she was dead, so Archie wouldn't try to come and seek her out, because he knew what kind of would happen when a half-elf would try to visit her. Not good for us. Anyways, that's kind of the more or less the main story of this. Also why Archie is actually this time probably actually going to wait outside. These guys still remember us from 150 years ago, which I guess kind of makes sense. They just allow us inside. But I always thought it was kind of a neat little touch that the guards outside of Albanista Castle have no idea who we are anymore, and they don't want to allow commoners into the castle, so we needed to be introduced again to them. Which again, I thought was always kind of fun, conceptually. Anyways, despite Archie's mother taking her place 150 years ago for the death penalty, the elves are not that unreasonable, apparently. Innkeeper, you are... We're what? Nothing. Haven't you come here before with a girl on a broom? We're just adventurers, ma'am. I know you are. Please, give this to that lovely pink-haired girl. It's a broom. The innkeeper secretly hands you a star broom. I believe this is Archie's technically best weapon. Keep this a secret from me, okay? You are Archie's mother, aren't you? Never mention that name in front of me again, please. Anyway, a room for the night is 30 gold. Stay here. But yeah, you were led to believe that Archie's mother took Archie's place. And that was a pretty rude introduction. You're not allowed to go back in here to check whether she's still alive. But 150 years later, you actually get to see that she's still around. So the elves relented on the strict laws. Yes, because this guy here, Rambart, is actually very reasonable. Like, these guys have their good reasons to try and withdraw from human society as much as they could. And, by the way, that is actually, I think, mostly because the humans decided to invest into magical technology, magitech, in order to just draw mana and effectively destroy mana with their machines. The elves never really told us as to why they withdrew, nobody knew, but you can kind of piece it together that is just based on that. It's kind of curious that they just never actually told us about that. The elves just shout at you, you know what they will have done, you guys need to repent, and then just run away or something. It's weird. But hey, eventually kind of through roundabout ways you learn. It's you, isn't it? Didn't you visit the village well over a century ago? Yeah, it's been quite some time for you. Can you see all the changes that have happened over the last 150 years? We've begun to allow certain humans into the village freely. Albanista's king has been instrumental in orchestrating the beginnings of an alliance between our culture with his patient understanding of our ways. But half-elves still aren't allowed in the village. Why not? Many of the other elders fear that we'll see a repeat of the Midgard disaster. What do you mean? Although the half-elves were given the gift of magic by their genes, they were raised in human culture with a very human mindset. They can't always be trusted in matters of extreme magical importance. Almost all the scientists working on Midgard's mystic canon were half-elves. They just don't understand what a precious, fragile and destructive gift magic really is. What are you talking about? Of course half-elves in Midgard had human ideals. You can't expect a half-elf to have ideals you adhere to when you're the ones refusing to have anything to do with them. They had to go somewhere for guidance, didn't they? The country of Midgard accepted them when you would not. If you ask me, elf culture has been neglectful of its own offspring. Wow. You know, Clark is right. The scientists at Midgard created that awful contraption that nearly killed mana and magic once and for all. The elven nation can't condone such wanton use of magic. I don't think those half-elves really understood magic. There was no one there to teach them your ways, Rambert. Perhaps it's time for us to re-evaluate the way we deal with half-elves. You need to show them how to use their gift and how to respect it. Well, it's going to take a lot of convincing. Not all of the other elders are as open-minded as I am. As I said, this guy is actually a good egg. He might not really have thought about these concepts until now. But, like these arguments, I just love just how the characters frame and phrase it, because it's really well done. Like, there's so much just plot importance. Also, I kind of was a little bit wrong about the game not really telling you about it, because it largely tells you about these concepts right here. I mostly just don't remember this because, again, I usually play this in Japanese, trying to retell the story as best as I remember. It's been a while. Bow shop. Are you adventurous? I'm afraid all the sell is bows for archers. Bows? Yes, of course. What did I say? Do you think you could fix this one? Says Chris. Hey, that's my... When Minta and I were transported to the past, we found it there. I thought that it may have been a good idea to keep it around. You know, just in case. Chris. I'll fix this bow better than new for 20,000 gold. What do you say? Yes, we repair Chester's bow. Give me a day. I'm sure you can find a room at the end. Semi-open mind, yes. Again, Rambard is a good egg. He is trying his best. But clearly the old elves are stuck in their ways. It's not like, well, time will weed them out all that quickly. But honestly, I just love that exchange right here. Like, it makes so much sense. Hi, I'd like to actually sleep here. Your bow's ready, better than... as new than ever. We get an elven bow. Alrighty. Chester. This is a holy bow which elves have used for centuries. I thought we were getting the bow repaired from Chester, not a new bow from you clowns. Anyways. Maybe it is an elven bow, like Chester's old bow might technically have been that, we just didn't know about it. Anyways, regardless of what it is, this thing has an additional incredible boost to accuracy. This is why I said that Chester's accuracy, or enemies' chance to block Chester's attacks, largely becomes irrelevant because its accuracy is basically so ridiculously high, enemies can no longer block his attacks, and his attack is through the roof. I'd like to point out that in the speedrun, we get Chester at level 6, and he stays at level 6 until this point. And then you just give him this bow,
And he just starts dealing 1000 damage with each attack at a decent speed too. Like, his damage contribution is very substantial. I don't know if it's truly, like, actually efficient to go out of your way to get him this bow, because you have to pay the money, go to bed, come back, and then run back around. I don't know if it actually pays off in the end in terms of just speed for what it's worth. But he is such a, like... He makes stuff just a lot more consistent to defeat around here, which is very valuable, I would say. Alright, welcome back to the Emir Forest. It's the exact same as before, except for strong enemies. Bush babies. These things are called bush babies. Why? I don't know, that's just the name. Anyways, let's see if I remember where to go through. Right, I still haven't synced up my voice with the music. I shouldn't do that. Keep using holy bottles just to avoid encounters. I don't really know exactly where I'm supposed to use these things anymore, but I have a vague idea. Plus, I'm not actually running, so I probably have a lot more leeway than I initially, like, even consider, I suppose. But that's alright. Delicious burrito. Yep, I might have done a lot of Zelda Link to the Past randomized runs in the past. Which is why Zelda Link to the Past is on the list of games to vote for. Alrighty, we are back at the Origin Stone. I forgot to exchange my weapon, I'm a dingus. Oh well, it'll be fine, we have Chester. I'm sure there's some magical presence here. It could be Origin. Here? When Rambard used the power of the stone to repair the rings here in the past, I knew I saw something. Now I'm positive what I saw was the spirit, Origin. Archie! What? Of course you didn't wake at the entrance, what did you expect? Haha, I followed you. Up there? It's Archie. With Volt's power, she can soar above the trees for hours. This is no time to joke around. I see. You arrive bearing both the firebrand and the Vorpal. Are you ready? Yes. In the PlayStation version, you get the opportunity to exchange party members if you want to. We don't get to do that here. Anyways, we have to deal with these guys, and I forgot to exchange my weapon. Origin absorbs every element as healing. Whoops. Let's see. He also has... Origin looks, by the way, super adorable. The king of dwarfs. He also has these dryads, I think. They should take a lot of damage from my sword here. Yeah. By the way, Chester just casual 1500 damage without any abilities, just dealing a bit of damage. Let's give him an attack power increase on top of that. I'm pretty sure I can't... Oh no, I can damage it, but it's severely reduced damage from my weapon. Chester is just gonna carry the damage, it's fine. Also, I love that Vintage just keeps throwing hammers and they actually hit. This is Magma Rift, by the way. I should have used it against this Riot, I just forgot I had it. Chester? Would you like to shoot sometime? Chester? Right, he's shooting now. I don't know why, sometimes Chester just forgets to shoot for some reason. I'm giving him the thing to deal more damage. I think he might actually be just slightly out of range for his preference, so let's move him slightly closer. Yeah, he's shooting now. Alright, that was pretty easy. Yeah.
Chester gains like 20 levels here when you have him at level 6. It's quite fun.
Unbelievable. I actually lost out to a bunch of mortals. Well then, what can I do for you? I'd like 2 things. First, create the eternal sword from these 2. We should collect both the Flamberch and the Vorpal. Second, I'd like a contract.
If you remember, Clark was just flabbergasted and amazed that Maxwell, the lord of all worldly elements, decided to give him a contract. Nowadays, he has so much confidence that he goes, you know what, King of Dwarves, we could use a bit of extra help over here.
And what do you need that for? We needed to bind Daos to this time in order to kill him.
Daos? He's a toughie.
What's so funny? The entire world is at stake. Oh, please. You humans can be so self-important and so narrow-minded. Why, I bet you haven't even thought about why Daos is here, have you? Or who he even is, or where he is from. His methods and reasoning are far beyond your comprehension.
Nobody has ever tried to bother try and explain it to us either. Then again, nobody has asked for the reasons except for Archie before. He's right. We don't know all there is to know about Daos. But there are too many people who are suffering or dying by his hands. And this is the other side of the coin. Yeah, we don't know anything about that. But, well, our entire home village got murdered. Min's mother got murdered. So many people just got killed because of it. Maybe it was because some injustice happened to Daos beforehand. But does that really justify his actions afterwards? Maybe it makes it understandable. But I don't think it justifies them. We're just trying to save our world.
Regardless, you did defeat me in battle, so I am obligated to grant your wishes. Place the swords and the diamond ring on the stone and step aside.
This is the Eternal Sword?
Yup.
Right there in the text box. Earned the Eternals. I like how it's framed. Earned the Eternal Sword. Something is speaking to me. The Eternal Spirit says, wield the sword with honesty and justice. I feel a new ability within me. He learned Teleport, Soul Strike, and Soul Forge. Teleport is absolutely amazing. Soul Strike is good. Soul Forge, I don't remember anything about it.
Now it's my turn.
Yes, I suppose.
Spirits of magic, I beseech you, grant me the power of creation. My name is Clarth.
Clark gained the ability to summon the King of Dwarves, Origin. Now all we need to do is find out where Daos is hiding. But we don't even know where to begin to look. Maybe Runglon can help us. I agree with Archie. Let's go to Almanesta. And for once we don't have to walk all the way back outside. Oh nice. They were definitely aware of the catch of you just have to keep walking outside the dungeon since there's no escape or teleport spell. I appreciate this. Which also kind of begs the question, why didn't we just take the Riarts? Riarts is the Tales of Symphonia name for the flying machines. Why didn't we just take those flying machines and flew directly to the stone instead? Who knows? You could argue that the trees are too dense and you can't really see properly from above, which I suppose is fair. Plus landing could be rather difficult.
Ah, you've done it. Yes, where should we look for Daos? I'm not entirely sure. What do you mean? Well, I have a theory. There's a place at the southern end of the world that is always covered in darkness. We heard about that, Eri. There is a town there called Eri. Ask the people of that town for more information. Do you think Daros caused the darkness? It's possible that the darkness is required for him to keep his hideout invisible. I'm sorry, I can't offer you any concrete evidence. Well, I guess we'll be off for Ari then. Good luck. Please be careful. Alrighty, off we go to Ari or Eri. I don't know how you would pronounce this anyways. It's gonna get very cold. You know, Freezer Kill is kind of cold. But Eri being in Eternal Darkness is even colder. So, we go there. Again, I'm flying this way because I don't want to turn the camera. So it's more easy for you guys to follow where I'm going. You can fly normally. But welcome to Eri. Ah, it's freezing! Let's see if we can get a room at the end. Let's save once in a while, shall we? Anyways, it is freezing. Let's find the room at the inn. I'm inclined to agree. Oh yeah, there actually is one reason to use lightsabers, I just remembered. Lightsaber is literally light element in this game, and there are some dark enemies that you can't use against. Eri Inn. Hello. Can I get your room for only 70 gold? Would you like to stay the night? Yes. Good night. Check out ice at 9. It's cold. What's wrong, Mint? Cress, can I talk to you alone for a few minutes? What is it, Mint? I'll tell you later. Just meet me outside, okay? Okay, I'll be out in a few minutes. Huh? Where'd the Mint go? She took a walk. Too cold outside for me. What's wrong, Chris? Huh? Nothing. I'm gonna step out for a while. Huh, I'm going to. I'd really prefer to go alone, okay? Something's fishy. Chris, too? It's way too cold for these old bones. How nice it must be to be so young and full of life. He's like 36 or something. Canonically. He's not that old, but... You're old bones, Clarf. You're ancient in RPG or JRPG terms, I guess. Oh, please. You're not so old. You're not even... he's not even 30. He's... I guess he's still technically ancient in JRPG terms. I thought he was like... Yeah, okay. Not even 30. He got that old man energy indeed. Is this new game plus? How do you get 9,999 HP at level 4? That's amazing. I can explain it to you after the cutscene. Yeah, whatever. Well, it's still early. What should we do to kill some time? What are you doing? I've been toying around with an idea. Summoning Origin, King of Dwarves. I think Kemper is a bit confused. Origin. One of your powers is the ability to see the future and the past, correct? Well, I can use the Eternal Sword to show a scene from the past. Showing immortal events yet to come is strictly forbidden. What are you talking about? Even though you technically have a contract with me, I can only do this once. Cloth. I understand. Hey, can you guys give me a little privacy? Why? What are you going to see? Hey, come on, it's private. Man, everyone's trying to get away from me tonight. So, what is it you would like to see? What? Mumble mumble. Ah, I see. You don't need to be embarrassed about that. Everyone can tell. You should be shouting that as loud as you shout my name when you call me. Regardless, here we go. What is it that Cloth would like to see? I wonder. Well, a place he hasn't seen in a while. This is 150 years ago, Euclid, where we picked up Cloth for the first time. And Miranda, you know, the lady that convinced Cloth to go on an adventure with us after all by poking fun at his pride, is just kind of teaching the kids. Well, that's all for today's lesson, kids. Thanks. When will Cloth come home? When he beats up Dows and come home, can we have a party? Well, he's strong like an ox and smart like a snake, so I'm sure he's fine. We'll be back soon. Yes, see you tomorrow. Goodbye, children. I wonder where she is now. Please be safe, Cloth. I will continue to wait for your return. I guess the longing is mutual, it seems. What are you doing, Chester? I was going to check on Crescent Mint. What? What do you mean, what? I swear, we are like total opposites. Well, at least we agree on something. Why are you always so mean? Me mean to you? Ha! Ever since we met, you've done nothing but purposefully get under my skin. To think when I first saw you, I thought you were cute. When you first saw me, you thought what? And nothing. Never mind. This is where the fan translation once again takes a little bit more liberty probably than necessary. But Archie is the kind of person that is very direct, so maybe it's not that far-fetched. Hey, let's go outside. No, it's freezing out there. You can't go by yourself. Damn it, boy, come on. Actually, no, that is not yet where the fan translation takes a bit more liberty. Not yet. Sorry to keep you waiting. Don't worry about it. It took me a while to get away. Is it okay if I sit down next to you, Mint? Yes, please. So, what did you want to talk about? Take a look at this. It's... And Cress remembers, all the way back, the earring that he received through the hole from a mysterious hand. Place this on the wall, and you will be able to escape. Wait just a minute, who are you? Okay, I'll give it a try. Unicorn earrings are very rare, Cress. The only one I've ever seen belonged to my mother. When we were at Tornix's house, I saw it while you were sleeping, and I took it. I just can't believe I never got to say goodbye to her. I'm sorry. Cress,
I want to thank you for not telling me then if you had a mint. I really think I would have given up hope. Thank you. So this is where the earrings disappeared to. Mint took them back. All that time back. Mint. Hey, it's snowing again. Can we please go back inside where it's warm? Oh, shut up. This all reminds you so much of Tales of Symphonia now. This game is... well, Tales of Symphonia is functionally a prequel to this game here. So yes, there are, in fact, a lot of similarities. And it's not a coincidence. But also, chances are very high that your very first experience with a Tales of game is Tales of Symphonia. It was my first Tales of game. And it's kind of a fascinating coincidence that the second Tales of game I ever played was Tales of Phantasia here. Actually, thinking about it, I've literally never played any of the others, which I believe don't really have much in common for the most part with each other. Like, their worlds are entirely separate. But yeah, okay, now we have an earring that we can give Mint. I believe it's an accessory. Yeah, the mana earring gives her 20 defense, substantial accuracy doesn't really matter, much higher block chance, and I guess attack power, but that doesn't really matter too much. It gives her much more survivability, basically, so I'm gonna give this to her. It's just gonna cost her more MP to cast spells now, but that's alright. Anyways, why do we have 9,999 HP? The answer is actually quite simple. There is an item in the game, and I don't have any, so I can't demonstrate this, that increases your maximum HP by 5%. If you use a rune bottle on that item, it transforms into an item that increases your maximum HP by 10%. There's also the equivalent item that increases your maximum TP by 5%, rune bottle 10%, and then if you rune bottle on the TP item again, you get the opposite version, HP. So effectively, we transformed all of the items we had into items that gave us maximum HP plus 10%. We had about 12 of them. Actually, I think I still have 2 of them. Never mind. Where are they? I'm pretty sure I still have some somewhere. Where are they? Oh, we also have a star broom. We're supposed to give this to Archie. I think it's only fair to actually give it to her. So let me exchange Mint for now. Like her mother gave this to Archie. She has 666 attack power. Not like she really attacks with her physical attack. I'm pretty sure we have that item somewhere though. Let me see if I can find it. Actually, I think we have 2 remaining. I'm pretty sure we have 2 remaining. I thought we didn't have any anymore until I retold the story. I'm pretty sure I never used these 2. I don't know where they are though. Did I already scroll past them? I probably scrolled past them. Somewhere in my inventory. These things still exist. Or did we use all of them? Maybe I used up all of them. Anyways, that item exists. And then what you do is you equip a black onyx on Chris. Chris increases his maximum HP by 30%. Then you use one of these TP increasing items, cancel out of the menu, go back into the menu, and then use another one of these use the HP increasing item. Go out of the menu, back into the menu, then the black onyx is going to increase your maximum HP by 30% again, and this is kind of how you scale up Cress's HP a bit more than you're probably supposed to. So that's kind of how that works. Anyways, I guess I don't have one of these items anymore, but that's okay. We also have a new sword, the Eternal Sword. Still not as strong as Chester's attack, but I guess we can use abilities, huh? Which reminds me... Soul Edge is good. I have no memory what the... Oh, these are the combo abilities. The Soul Strike and Soul Forge. We don't use these. That's alright. But we have teleport. Teleport is really good. Like, really good. You can use teleport both short range and long range. And in fact, I'm gonna actually use short range teleport. And I guess I could line... I haven't even showed line hard yet. Let's also use long range teleport. Why not? Anyways, after this long cutscene, I'm looking for a Chris Alvin. Is there a Chris Alvin here? Yes, we are. I'm Chris. Who are you? I work at Alvinista's intelligence agency. We spotted a huge castle flying in the sky. Castle? In the old mining area to the west of here. Could it be the house? We'll look into it. Just head west and slightly north. Good luck. I'm leaving. I mean, it's less of a glitch and more of a exploit of game mechanics to, like, use the Black Onyx to increase your maximum HP by 30%, which the TP, or the HP increasing item, then increases your HP by 10% permanently, including the max HP you gain from the Onyx. So effectively, instead of gaining 10% extra HP, you get 13% in a sense. You also get the mana earring. Wait, what is the mana earring again? Wait, why did I get a mana earring? Am I crazy? We already equipped the mana earring. Anyways, I like the music in here. Very comfy. Welcome. Destroyer. Question mark weapons. Question mark weapons. That's fine, we didn't need anything. For a long time I didn't know there was actually an item shop in this town, but it does exist. I think it's in the pub in here. You just need to know who you need to talk to. I believe... Well, actually, is it in here? Sword techniques. No. Is it you? No. No, it's not. It's somewhere. This place has the greatest coffee in the world. Hey, you're Chris, right? His Highness told me that you're looking for Daos. Yes, is there anything you can tell me? We think he is somewhere on the island, but we can't prove it. I see. I wish there was something else I could do for you. Actually, there is something. I found this on the body of a demon we fought in the mountain. Please, take it with you. So, we get a Darius emblem. This is a very important item, and this guy just casually mentioning they got it on the body of a demon. Those demons that drop these items in-game are actually pretty dang strong, so him just casually saying, oh yeah, we just killed a demon, he had it on him. That's actually kind of nuts, all things considered. Wait. Was it Freezer Kill that had the item shop? This is a normal item shop. Maybe it was Freezer Kill that I thought had the item shop. Yeah, actually Freezer Kill has an item shop that is kind of hidden. This one is pretty normal. Dude's a badass and doesn't even realize it. Yep. Anyways, this is also where you would... No, actually you don't equip the laser sword yet. But, this is going to be the final stretch of the game. There are a lot of other things we could do on the side if we wanted to. But December is short. There's so many other games that I would like to get to. So please feel free to vote for which games you would like to see next on the straw poll. Everybody, by the way, if you already voted on the straw poll yesterday, this is a new straw poll. Every single day there's a new straw poll. So please continue voting. I'm gonna take a quick break because if you thought Daos Castle in the past was long, oh boy, this one is much longer. Yeah, especially if you don't know where to go. And I like half remember things, so I guess we'll see. Anyways, I'm gonna take a break, get up, stretch, walk around 15 to 20 minutes, and get some food too. So I'll be back. We didn't side quest, did you even quest? We did main quest, yes. A tiny bit of side questing here and there, just for fun. But for the most part, just main quest. Break time. Alrighty, I'm back. Hello. I have food, I have coffee. Well, I had food. And coffee is nice. Alrighty. You explained the Mint MVP meme earlier. That's just about keeping her down for others to get experience or something. Yeah, technically it's not just Mint that we keep KO'd for most of the early game. It's literally everybody except for Cress. We just need Cress to get extra experience so he can learn his skills that we use in order to nuke the mid-game enemies and bosses as quick as possible. So effectively, it's just kind of a thing where, because the other characters don't get as much experience, they don't get as much HP, consequently they will get knocked over much more quickly because, well, they only need one spell from an enemy in order to get knocked out. So that's kind of where that comes from, but at the same time, Mint is especially notable because you do kind of want to get some experience on Archie, preferably before the flying event in Midgar, so she has a bit more to work with. And Clarf, generally speaking, getting experience is also decent because it extends how much or how many times he can cast spells before he runs out of TP, and also survives for that matter. However, Mint, for the most part, you just kind of prefer her to be knocked out so everybody else gets the experience even afterwards too. And despite that, basically, she just carries your entire team up Odin's tower and then back down again. Basically, all by herself, just surviving the heat for what it's worth. And that's kind of where that comes from. That's why I call her basically the MVP, with no equipment, no experience, still providing for the rest of the team. Like, even her little stun hammers are amazing. Hello. I've heard all about you, please, go ahead. I assume he would stop you from going ahead? Alrighty. I love this background music. The first time you hear this is in the Sylph area, where you probably for the first time kind of recognize and realize the entire extent of the journey you're about to embark on. It's a melody that feels very reminiscent of slowly looking up and seeing that you have so many more stair steps to climb. Yet it's also fitting for when there's just one more staircase to climb. It's a long one, but just one remains. I don't see anything here. Well, like Runglom said, the castle doesn't really exist in any temporal location. Let's try the Eternal Sword. Yes, it may be able to bind the castle to this time. Let's do it. Eternal Sword, show us Da's lair. Welcome to the final dungeon. Just as I thought. How are we going to get there? The wind's too strong to try the airbirds. The Eternal Sword, it's reacting to something. How are we going to get there? Eternal Sword teleport! Okay, now it's welcome to the final dungeon. How convenient. What happened? The Eternal Sword must be acting as a teleporter somehow. So you can leave this dungeon. If you want to, just go back to here. But my plan is to just do this entire thing in one go. Alrighty. Our formation is as follows. Clark all the way in the back. Archie about here, and Chester not too far behind, so he can actually still attack with his bow, because his damage output is fairly substantial for basically having no abilities or anything like that. He just hits like a truck anyways. Then... I also just realized I actually want Fury Slash for this guy here. I can use teleport afterwards. But there's basically a mini-boss before we enter. Good luck, everyone. This guy.
I can't believe you made it this far. It's so sad that you've got to die now.
This is the Dark Eye. It's just one of them. It's really strong if you let it cast a spell, but it takes a long time to cast a spell. So... it can do two things. There we go. It can teleport whenever it feels like it. And it has an extremely strong melee attack that attacks like 5-6 times at a time. And if you remember, Resurrection? There's nobody resurrected. I did not even know you could cast that. Oh, that's a healing spell too. If you remember, getting hit in melee like 3 or 4 times in a row means that you get stunned. So he can just absolutely nuke Cressa's HP from full very quickly. Tidal Wave. You guys gonna survive that? No. So he can do that too if he feels like it. So yeah, this guy is no joke. Chester, just for some reason, was really far behind there. He is usually used in order to interrupt this thing's attacks, so it does not get to cast any spells. But he decided to just, well, everybody took a nap. You know what? I think you guys taking a nap is just fine, probably. We're gonna go ahead. It's okay, no worries. Anyways, this is where I wanted to have teleport. But yeah, this was the easy one. There's more of these. Let's see, where's my... there it is. Oh, I didn't buy holy bottles. I need to go back and buy holy bottles. It's sketchy to get through the entire cast with just 15 to begin with, and I don't really want to go there with less while having largely not as much of an idea as to where to go through. Maybe that's what I was thinking. I thought you couldn't buy holy bottles. Sell medicine of all sorts. There are holy bottles, I just didn't restock them for some reason. Right, we're gonna once again use a holy bottle. We're also just gonna use a life bottle on everybody. Might as well just revive them, right? Heal you guys up. Mixed gummies all the way. And then we buy more, because it's not like we have any other use for the money at this point, so we just invest into more mixed gummies. Fill back up. We also use the holy bottle just before buying the maximum of 15, which means we functionally have 1 extra as long as this one lasts. Alrighty, now we climb the staircase for one last time. It's absolutely doable to get through the entire dungeon on like 8 holy bottles, I think, if you know what you're doing, but good luck. Alrighty, welcome to Daw's Castle, part 2. This time it's for real. Alrighty, in here. I think we go in this door first? No. This used to be in the speedrun, I don't remember why. Sage. Oh, there's a holy bottle. Wait, why did I guess I didn't have 15, huh? There, I think this is the room with the switch. No, that's another one. Star Shield. You know, it's a good shield. Star Shield. Really good defense. Even better block chance than the previous one. Pull the lever. Yes, this is what I remembered. This opens a door to the right of the entrance. Speaking of entrance, this room here has no enemy encounters. Which means it would reset my holy bottle, but the holy bottle just ran out because I walked the wrong way twice. That's alright. Then, what we need to do here is we go through this door in here. There's a chest in here. This is a book of spells. Archie learned Meteor Storm. Up until now, Archie didn't have a spell for the most part that would deal like neutral damage, like non-elemental. Meteor Storm does non-elemental damage and it's really good. Rune bottle and this question mark armor. I don't remember what this armor is. I should have probably stocked up on rune bottles too, but that's okay. Oh, it's another star cloak. Wait, we are fully equipped in those. Everybody has a star cloak, don't they? I'm pretty sure, huh? I didn't remember there being another one. Anyways. Then we go... Oh, I goofed. I walked too far up. That's alright. Let's see, we're dealing with cardinals and commodos. This is teleport. Teleport has these little blue particle effects. And it does really good damage, while also teleporting to enemies, slashing them 3 times, and then attacking you. And you can do both short range and long range teleport attacks. And honestly, it's pretty good. So Archie is just gonna continuously cast Meteor Storm. Frankly, a really good ability, and I guess normally I would manually tell Archie to cast spells, but I guess right now it's perfectly fine for her to just cast spells automatically. In fact, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna disallow Archie anything except Meteor Storm. She's only allowed to cast that. I think she would do that anyways. I'm actually not entirely sure about that part. But for class, he is allowed to cast Origin. So we're gonna tell him in tactics, call many spirits. Alrighty, welcome to this part. So, remember the Darius emblem that we got earlier in town? Well, I'm gonna equip this here. The use and origin of this item are not known. You have to equip it, and if you do, all the people that don't have one equipped get teleported into prison. Which means we have just Crest remaining here. Bit inconvenient, but you know, we're gonna work with what we have. But this is kind of where it gets real sketchy. This is why I'd like to have Crest actually get good armor, because my goodness, these enemies here are no joke. And Crest just having to do this section by himself is kind of nuts. Technically, there is another way to solve this part. There are random encounters with those big eye enemies, not quite as strong as the mini-boss at the entrance, but similar, that have a random chance to drop more Darius emblems. However, if you just go out of your way to all of these places here, you can actually get enough Darius emblems for your entire team, and that's kind of what you have to do. Question mark helm, question mark book. I think it's another star helmet, if I'm not mistaken. And here, Crest has to fight these guys. This is why Magma Rift is amazing. These guys are really fast. You've got to get past us before you can dream of moving on. But also, teleport is pretty decent against them. This is Hanzo. He does a lot of damage, but so do I. And spamming teleport is a reasonably reliable strategy. Alternatively, I can try to use my Magma Rift, which deals more damage than that, but it's a bit more difficult to hit than teleport. Teleport basically starts attacking immediately. Magma Rift has a very, very slight delay before attacking, but it's still much faster than Fury Slash. Alright. There is Emblem. Plus, what you can do, this is where you can equip lightsabers. These guys are weak to the lightsaber. Actually, forgot about that until, well, just now, really. I don't know when I'm supposed to use holy bottles, but we're probably... Well, actually, I guess in this part in particular, I kind of would like to not get into random encounters, because they will murder me. And of course, you have to fight more Hanzo. It's not just a single guy. Right, flare bottle. Yeah, 3,000 and 4,000 damage. Wow, this guy cooperated amazingly well. These guys are not that friendly normally, let me tell you. 2 Darius emblems acquired. Well, 2 more really, we have 3. I don't remember what's in the side rooms. But this is not the time to explore. Anyways, this chest here is kind of funny. Because remember, in order for us to interact with things, we need to be half a tile away. We can skip this Hanzo encounter by just walking around the activation tab. Very convenient. Very cheeky. Then there's one more here. But yeah, Magma Rift is really good against them if you can land it, but usually landing it is the problem, and using teleport is just more reliable. Also, these guys hit like a truck, attack really fast, stun you basically instantly. It goes more than half of my health. It's just crazy, dude. Alright, now we use a remedy bottle to remove the poison, and some apple gummies to heal back up. Alright, we now have... Where are they? There they are. We now have a total of 5 Darius emblems. That's how many we need. Just in case, I think I use another holy bottle here so we don't get into random encounters. And we intentionally don't equip the Darius emblem now because we want to get teleported. And now we're in prison, but thanks to the Eternal Sword, we can pry open the door. Kind of a fun throwback to the very beginning of the game. Oh, right, that's DX. Wait, hold on. Ah, I remember. The layout with this place is specific. Hello? Chris, are you okay? Yep, come back. Oh, I forgot there's encounters here. How inconvenient. Wait, these guys can walk past each other? That is unique in the enemy king. Oh, this guy is also absorbing fire. By the way, during most of the teleport animation, I'm entirely invulnerable, which definitely helped my case here too. Not all of it, but most of it. Firebrand learned. I think that's a decent technique. I have no memory on still how that one works anymore. Anyways, come back up here. I forgot there were enemy encounters down here. Right, open the door. Welcome back, Mint. Right, open the door. Welcome back, Archie. Oh, right. Mint is not in the team. Can actually... No, I can't change while we have one party member missing. You know what? I'm gonna allow Mint to cast Nurse. This is not a speedrun. The animation timing is fine. Oh, right, I remember what I was supposed to do. I was supposed to use a holy bottle before opening up the door. That's why I don't remember there being any encounters. You overflow the step counter down here. We need some kind of item to counteract the teleportation. Already sorted, cloth. Right. No, this is back at the entrance. This was where the stuff was on the left, and welcome to here. The holy bottle is about to run out. Well, actually, the holy bottle would run out right here if I remember to use one at the correct timing. It's okay. Alrighty, everybody needs a Deadest Emblem equipped, so you have to equip them manually. Yes, you get one. You get a Deadest Emblem. Mint, you get a Deadest Emblem. And then we actually even need to exchange our party member. So he can equip a Deadest Emblem too. Alright, everybody's a Deadest Emblem. We can step over this thing and we're home free. I'm going the wrong way. And this is the only time you need the Deadest Emblem in this entire area. So we're gonna just equip our regular stuff again. I'm equipping the Battle Rune to deal more damage with grass. We're equipping Jet Boots to run. I don't think I'm gonna run in this dungeon anymore. You can have Black Onyx for maximum HP. You get a Black Onyx for maximum HP. You get... trying to think. You know, you get a Mist Rune in case we get into encounters, so we can run away twice as quickly. And then we're not currently using Mint. That's alright. So, then I believe we go through here. Yes, this is the way forward. We need 5 people to open this door. 4 people in the polar directions and 1 person in the center. Kind of like in Dao's castle in the past. This is why you couldn't just forge on ahead with Soda Cress. You need the others. There's 1 holy bottle somewhere. There it is. So question mark weapons and helmets. We don't have that many rune items, but I think we can spare 1 for a helm, because that's a star cap, and we can equip this on, let's say, Archie for extra defenses. Wait, oh, she doesn't equip star caps? Really? I didn't realize that. Here, you can have a slight upgrade. It's actually quite a substantial upgrade for a headgear item. Welcome to the inner castle proper. Oh dear. Where do you go through? Fantastic question. This is not where. I don't remember. Good luck, everyone. Maybe? Alright. Origin. This is Origin. By the way, look at this background. Look at this background art when you can actually see it when it's not dark because of Meteor. It's an entire painting. Volt? Are you allowed to use Volt? Why are you allowed to use Volt? That's silly. Anyways, we need to rearrange the party real quick. Crest goes to front, Chester helps out as well, and Archie can stay in the middle. That's fine. Then we recover some of our TP with orange gummies, and yeah. You know what I could do? Here, I have an idea. Instead of the Black Onyx, you get the Fairy Ring, halving your TP cost And similar to you get a fairy ring. Because both Origin as well as... Do we not have another fairy ring? I think Mint has it equipped. Anyways, both Origin and Meteor Storm actually cost a lot of TP, so... There's that. You almost pointed out that Volt was unable, but you're the expert in the game. Never assume I'm doing everything correctly. Because I am the biggest derp. Thanks, Brofness. There's another holy bottle right here. Wait a second. This is not where I need to go, is it? Maybe it is. Nope. That's a rune bottle. That's not where I'm supposed to go. Where am I supposed to go? Who knows? Mixed gummy, savory. Yeah, I guess primary consistency is his inconsistency, right? This door is closed. There's no more mystical ruins here. Roaming Eye, this thing can drop a random Darius emblem. $4,000 damage from Origin, another 4,500 or even 5,000 from Meteor Storm. Pretty good. You don't answer if you're praying. We've been wondering what my accent is. Dutch, Danish, Swedish? Yeah, most people would guess Scandinavia from what I gathered. But I'm Swiss. From the middle of Europe, basically. Yeah, there's nothing on here. I'm from Switzerland. Welcome. Right, I don't feel like I'm on the correct track here. I feel like I'm not going the correct way. Yeah, this does not feel right. I don't think I'm supposed to be here. I'm pretty sure we can't go through here. I'm pretty sure this door stuff here opens after we go do stuff on the left side. I'm way off track in terms of where I'm supposed to be. We need to go to the right first. Yeah, that does not seem right either. Well, maybe to the right here, maybe. Oh boy, that's a lot of Hanzos. 5 of them. Oh wait, that's 1 Hanzo and 4 assassins. Those are different guys. Just gonna cast Origin again. The thing is, if they do like automatically cast spells, they will always cast at the closest target, which is a bit inconvenient. So that way I need to manually target them. So they target somebody a bit further back, so it hits all of the enemies. Or at least that's the idea. Oh, I haven't actually used that ability yet. That is Lion's Heart. I forget what it's called in modern Tales of games. A Twinkie. We got a Twinkie? Isn't that like a fish stick? I think it's supposed to be something else, but fan translation. Anyways, the Roaming Eye actually reminds you of Zero from the Kirby games. No, that's later. I'm in the wrong spot here again. Oh no, I'm going... I see. Those are one-way doors with the red dot in the middle. Going the wrong way. It's all the way on the left side. I'm pretty sure it's all the way on the left side, but I can't go through here to the left side anymore. I will run out of holy bottles at this rate. I mean, why not? Down? I'm pretty sure it's down. To the right is another holy bottle, I think. Right and up in this room. There it is. Then to the left is where I needed to go earlier. I remember now. This room here has no encounters. Except for the big run killer of the late game. So, here's the thing. You can try to complete this battle here, nice and fast. Theoretically, like you can attempt to. Also, we use Fury Slash for this. However, it might be also rather deadly if you try to do the fastest strategy, because these two are not joking around. I'm not even going to bother healing the others up, because if they get hit, chances are high they are one-shot anyways. I will, however, heal you up to max. Formation, this is fine. I'm actually gonna pull Chester further forward. Alrighty, welcome to these.
Welcome, slave. I'll show you all the most beautiful thing your world has to offer. The blood of your dearest friends.
Welcome to Seal Eyes. 2 of them. One of them already gave me trouble earlier. Oh no, I goofed. Alright. Archie was already casting a spell, so I couldn't tell her to cast a different spell earlier. But I specifically direct Clark to cast Origin at the guy in the back, so we interrupt his spellcast, because these guys, excuse me, these guys also have the ability to cast Teleport and Meteor Storm. So, what I've did there just now is I targeted the enemy in the back and used Lionheart in order to push these guys together. Oh, I'm not in a good position. It is not where I want to be. Guys, stand far away. Don't try to come in close. This is very unhealthy for you. Get away. I also need Pine Gummies for Cloud so he can cast Origin again. Oh, the other guy just teleported away and murdered my backline. Chester, attack the guy in the... I can't tell you to attack the guy in the back, unfortunately. So, my best bet is to Mixed Gummy Cress. Oh, he hit him! Okay. Good job, Chester. Keep attacking the guy in the back. Attack the guy in the back! He's casting a spell, dude! Uh-oh. This will murder him. I think Cress survives. Although that was more than half my remaining HP. Revive Chester. I need to Chronoglass. Alright. Chronoglass gives me enough time to interrupt their spellcasts. Without the Chronoglass, I would have just straight up died there. Miracle Gummy for Cress. I'm trying to kill one of these guys as quick as I can. Chester actually doing so much work over there. Let's try using a life bottle on Clark. This is a fantastic position as long as they don't teleport. They can teleport at any moment they feel like. Okay, Clark already started casting. Very nice. Cast immediately again, then we use another life bottle to wake up Archie. Yeah, that can also happen. They can just do their melee attack and Cress will die very fast. Okay, one down. We're probably fine. Yeah, we're probably fine now. Alright, Pine Gummy for Plum. Meteor Storm. Bit late, Archie, but I appreciate the effort. Alright, this is arguably the most difficult battle remaining, mostly because I know how to handle the other two. Okay. Great success, I would say. Okay, I'm gonna exchange Chester for Mint for now, so we can heal everybody up. Back to full. Then I'm gonna exchange you for Chester again for now. Mint is gonna come in handy in the last stretch. I guess we could exchange Archie or Claws. Let's exchange Claws actually for now. I think we have enough damage output at this point without too much trouble. So rearrange, you guys are fine this way. Alrighty. The eye got lucky. Archie almost fired off. Yup. Something like that. Right. Orange gummy for you, orange gummy for you, and for you. You could say Chester does not like orange gummies, or pine gummies for that matter. Anyways, this is the switch we needed to press before going to the right side and keep running into the same door twice. But then we walk back up and around. In order to get back to the right side, I actually have to go up and around. Through this door. Then we go to the right, and I think up here? I might be mistaken. Nope, that is not it. This feels more correct. Here's another holy bottle, avoid encounters. There we go, this door is now open. That's where we need to go. Chester took that pretty well, only 3000 damage. Nice. Everything begins from the end. This is your only hint on how to open up this door. You just need to walk past all the switches and activate them from back to front. It's reasonably obvious, I guess. Anyways. Have to get a new statue from Chrono Trigger, got it. That would be a fascinating way to go about it. These things have so much evasion, hitting them with physical attacks is actually rather tricky. But Meteor Storm doesn't care about that part. And Chester also doesn't care about that part, he just hits anyways. Look at these teeth. I love how comically large they are. Crest just standing slightly out of range. Also, Archie? Don't cast any spells anymore, I'll tell you when. Oh, shoot. Maybe do cast spell Archie. The little hammers. I absolutely love the little hammers. They don't cost much, and they just stun enemies even in the late game. They are so good. Alright, we keep... Wait, no, I went left. I came from the right. This is where I'm going. Then we hit this switch first. This is the last one. Then I need to find all of the ones in the side rooms. There's a high chance I'm not gonna remember which one is where. Question mark armor, this is... I think that's for Cress, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, there's a Gaia armor. This thing halves, I think, all elemental damage. Was it? I don't know if it halves all elemental damage, but Crest is the tank, so we give him the armor. I'm pretty sure Chester still has the old chainmail equipped, doesn't he? Because I never bothered buying anything else. Oh no, he has the reflect plate. Never mind. Wait, I missed a switch. I'm pretty sure I missed a switch. Was it down or up? There is one. By the way, if you're ever looking for efficient holy bottle usage, when you use a holy bottle, you have 500 steps exactly until the holy bottle aura runs out. For each encounter, you have 255 steps while the holy bottle aura is active as soon as you enter an area. So if you don't want to like figure out exactly when you're supposed to use the holy bottles to avoid the most or exact amount of encounters, what you can do is a very simple rule of thumb. Use a holy bottle, walk until you get into an encounter, then just walk until your aura runs out, and then use another holy bottle, which effectively, you just need to not walk more than 10 steps after the holy bottle aura runs out, and you have a really efficient way to use holy bottles, even if you have no idea where you're going. Just make sure to not run with jet boots, because that halves the amount of time it takes until you get into the next encounter. Very inconvenient if you don't know about it, and it's not like the game explains it to you. Unfortunately. So I believe this main room has no encounters. This one? I'm actually not sure whether that's true or not. Oh, it has no encounters because normally I step on this button after using a holy bottle, probably. Maybe. Alrighty, this part. It's kind of obvious when you know, but you don't go to the left, you go to the right. Alright, roaming eye. As long as we have Chester, not standing too far away, actually hitting this guy, we're probably fine. Could you stop murdering me, please? I would appreciate that. Sir? If I stay far enough away, it's never going to actually attack me physically, but it can randomly teleport. Which is a bit of a problem. Also, by the way, this thing I think absorbs the teleport particles as healing? No, wait, that was Mint's healing. There was some weird enemy. Actually, was it Origin? It might be Origin who absorbs those teleport particles as healing. No, wait, he absorbs the soul edge as healing. Oh, Mint learned Barrier. Genuinely, no idea what Barrier exactly does, but probably reduces damage you take. I bet we could get a description if I actually read it. Magically creates a shield around one ally to help defend. Yeah, but it doesn't tell you what it does. Anyways, we go to the right. And further right, and then up, and then left. We don't need to go left, but there is an elixir in here, an hourglass lavender, and a magic pouch and a sage. What is a magic pouch even? A pouch that will spout items while you're walking. I have no idea how that science works. I don't think I've ever used it. Anyways, increase strength by 1. I'm too lazy to use a rune bottle on that item. And also savories. Oh, we can use max HP if we wanted to. I didn't realize we picked up that many sage leaves. We only have 4 rune bottles though. One of them I'm gonna use on the hourglass we just picked up. Make another chronoglass. I believe we now have 3 chronoglasses. I used way less than you would normally do in the speedrun. Alright, we use these on the red sage. Then Whose HP are we gonna increase? Let's give Mint extra HP. Oh, you still have the Darius emblem equipped. Right. So, Mint has 3203 HP right now. We used the Red Sage on her, increasing her maximum HP by 10%, which is 320. Then we leave the menu and enter it again, and now she has 3600 HP, which is a bit more than before, because the Black Onyx healing or maximum HP thing you reapplied after we left and re-entered the menu. So once again, max HP increased to 3980. This is the new baseline, by the way. This is not how... With the Black Onyx, this is without the Black Onyx. We leave the menu, re-enter, and now she has over 4000 HP with the Black Onyx. Actually, that doesn't seem to be quite right, the way I'm explaining this. How the numbers are shaping up. Anyways, she now has way more HP than before. And because I don't have any more rune bottles remaining, I'm just gonna use the Sage Leaf on her the normal way. And just for good measure, we also have these savories to increase maximum TP by 5%. Might as well give it to her right at this point. Just so she can heal us up even better. And for longer. One kind of challenge run idea I had for Tales of Phantasia was Crest deals no damage. Like the entire run, Crest is not allowed to deal any damage. But I also felt like that would be extremely difficult to get going until you're past the sewers. Because Mint having to take out the snails and the gargoyles seemed like an ordeal and a half. So I have no idea whether that's even reasonably possible. Anyways, moving on. We go straight up. And to the left. Then down. Also, Holy Bottle Aura ran out, so we use another Holy Bottle. We have plenty actually at this point. And I think it's on the left. Then straight down. I think. Okay, yes, this is where we need to go. Again, I'm not looking up anything, I'm just purely going on memory. But this room here has no encounters. So it will reset the Holy Bottle step counter. And look at these nice and long corridors. We're basically just now climbing up a spiral tower at the very end of this stuff. And the encounters are not getting any easier. Meteor Storm has a really long cast time, but thanks to the Mystic Rune, Arch's cast time is halved, making it actually reasonable. And almost as fast as Seraphim's Firestorm. This is a Seraphim, I think the same enemy we had in the Origin encounter earlier. They are decently strong, but nothing too crazy. You know, I always thought the item limit in this game is 15. Like, you cannot have more than 15 life bottles, mixed gummies, apple gummies, etc. It always felt like a really strange number. Only 15 healing items of each type. Like, it's kind of oddly specific, isn't it? But at the same time, the more I think about it, it just feels like kind of works really well for this type of final dungeon, where it's just a really long trek where you don't know where to go, you're just exploring all the side rooms, you're slowly losing resources through random encounters, and eventually you might just get to the next save point, but maybe you want to backtrack to get more. Basically, it kind of has a really nice type of... what's the word? The limited resources make actually this really long final dungeon type quite tense when you don't know how much further you have to go. Then you go through this tower, it just keeps going and going and going, you're still not there. It means they get 2 item counts per byte. It's actually a fair point. But honestly, it just feels like it is about the right amount for this game. Like, it seems surprisingly well balanced for what it is. 2 to the power of 4 equals 16 minus 1. Yeah, actually, that makes a lot of sense now they phrase it that way. Anyways, we're not there yet. That room before also, no encounters. And we just keep going. And we have reached whatever this room is, just flames in the void, I guess. There are still encounters here. But this is the final save point. Welcome to this place. Alrighty, I was thinking of whether I should explain something beforehand or how I should handle this. We'll see, I guess. Let's just, well, set up my party in a way that I feel like is gonna be appropriate. I'm gonna have mid-throw hammers, I suppose. I'm like mid-range. Chester. So here's the funny thing. I actually want Chester to be in front of Cress. I want Chester to attack, while I attack with teleports. Because the teleport attack feels like the most useful, because Daos, kind of like in his previous battles, if he gets into melee range with you, he is dangerous. Like, if you think Fangwolf is dangerous with his melee attack, yeah, Daos is not really far behind on that level, let's put it this way. Anyways, we're going to use some orange gummies to recover the remainder of our TP. And then, good luck everyone. Hello. This is it, dolls. You've got nowhere to run this time. Look, I've quite a bit of respect for your accomplishments in making it this far. You've proven worthy adversaries. I'm going to make you pay for all the suffering you've caused to our planet. Wait! Min, stay away from him. Perhaps she's come to her senses and has come to beg for her life. Dolls, I want to ask you a question. Many centuries ago, you told us you had no quarrel with us. I don't understand your reasoning. Because you're not harming this planet's supply of mana. If anything, I should thank you for healing the Tree of Life. Why is mana so important to you? Because magic drains this planet's supply of mana, and I need that mana. Mana for yourself? I don't follow. Are you trying to preserve this planet's natural state? No. To protect this planet that I hate so much, you must be joking. I'm only here to collect mana. Then you're trying to rule this world using mana's power? You foolish boy. Have I not made it clear that this planet and everything in it does not interest me in the least? I need the mana to create a mana seed. Mana seed? I don't care what your goal is. Thousands of people died because of you. And that we can never forgive. Huh. You're one to talk. I hope you're ready for me. Welcome to the final boss fight. I immediately paused because I would like to show you something. There's this weird broken number above Dao's head. 447. It's green, which indicates that he got healed. Now, there's actually supposed to be another digit to the left, but it's over 10,000, so it doesn't properly display. Let me real quick explain what happens in previous boss battles. The very first time you encounter Daos, if you try to do any physical damage to him, he will heal up that same amount of physical damage you dealt to him on his next, idle state. As soon as he's no longer stunned or during a chronoglass time shift, he will immediately heal up all the damage. So if you deal 10,000 damage to him with physical strikes with Fury Slash, he will immediately just heal that back up immediately. That is why, conceptually in the game, this is how they portrayed him being invulnerable or not particularly susceptible to physical attacks. The way the game keeps track of how much damage it should heal from the attacks is anytime you deal physical damage to dolls, it kind of keeps track of how much damage you dealt in a variable and just keeps adding up that number. And then, as soon as the opportunity arises, it will heal him. The funny thing is, in the second encounter against dolls, you remember the one where I just absolutely murdered him with Gale Shield, that is all physical damage. And the game still kept track of how much damage I dealt with physical attacks. Funnily enough, in the second encounter, he does not heal up normally. However, he will still keep track in the same variable how much physical damage I have dealt to him. And that variable is still active, because I have not reset ever since we have defeated dolls number 2 with entirely physical attacks. This guy has, I believe, about 55,000 HP, and I effectively just healed him for about 15,000 HP. And if you know anything about numbers of the power of 2, this is above his, well, the game's theoretical maximum HP of 64,536? I probably have that number wrong anyways. This is now technically above his maximum HP number, which means he just healed himself from 15,000 down to about 5,000 HP remaining. Anyways, he has basically no HP remaining. But as you can see, Chester in the front just shooting him, and me just teleporting, just defeats this guy pretty easily. But this is not the final battle here.
It's over, dolls. You've lost.
Alrighty, but I feel this is a bit anticlimactic. So I just wanted to show off the research and the discoveries I've made from the speedrun era. Let's fight him for real. Resetting and reloading a save will reset that variable. And I believe my strategy is strong enough to fight this guy even through this. So. Oh, by the way, fun fact. Daos only heals up his HP from physical damage in the very first fight while he is above half HP in that very first fight. Between 25% HP and 50% HP, he heals for half the physical damage received, and once he's below 25% HP, he does no longer heal for the physical damage received. I think. I'm not sure how it works, I've never seen anybody actually look at the code and figure that part out, but I'm pretty sure he does not heal for the full damage. Anyways, we are supposed to deal actually proper damage to him in this battle, so Mint, I'm sorry, you have to take a bit of a pause here. We're going to have Clarth and Archie spam Origin as well as Meteor Storm as much as they can. Chester basically keeps him at bay in the front while I teleport in and try to hit him frequently, or at least that's the idea, and this is going to be how I plan on fighting him. This is not an easy boss battle, however, kind of like I did with Fangwolf, just keeping Daos away from the party so he cannot unleash his like insanely quick like physical attacks and beams and whatever he has. He is basically kind of the main goal of this entire battle for me, the way I play it. I also would like to have Cress learn or get Gale Shield back. That is for later. You remember that at the time, Daos 2 was widely considered one of the most difficult RPG bosses ever. He's certainly a big meanie. Especially since he loses his weakness to Archie's ability spell. What is it called? My goodness, brain. Indignation! There we go. But also, fun fact, DAOS 2 has half the HP of DAOS 1. So, sure, he only takes half damage from Indignation, but he also only has half the amount of HP, so as long as you survive for long enough and get enough spells off, you will still knock him over. DAOS 2 starts the fight at a quarter of his max HP in the Super Famicom version. Yes. Exactly, that's why I'm also saying he doesn't heal up. Again, I've never actually seen an exact write-up on how it works. Anyways, Chester immediately petrified. This is not a good start for us. Remedy bottle on Chester. Meteor Storm, Origin. Let's go, guys. This is not an easy battle. I do have a solid strategy working here, I think. And funny enough, Chester tanking is really valuable here because he has so much accuracy. As long as Chester, with his relatively frequent attacks, just keeps hitting dolls here, he will just keep taking more and more hits. And Chester being so far forward is extremely valuable to us because, again, he will just keep him at bay. With my teleport just sending me forward and then immediately back, we also have a lot more wiggle room. Origin costs 40 MP each time we cast. Also, he right now heals up from each of the physical attacks we do, so we're mostly relying on Clarth and Archie, just dealing the damage as you can see there. It also makes thematic sense that DAOS 2 starts at like much less maximum HP than the previous battle, because he has been in that sarcophagus for 10 years at that point. Probably rather weakened from not being able to do a whole lot. He threw a fireball at Archie from his position. But yeah, as you can see, Chester basically keeps this guy at bay in conjunction with teleports. There is one big risk in this battle. Like, this looks like, oh, it's just working perfectly. There's one big risk. And that big risk is, if he ever catches my teleport, he has a small chance to immediately do a physical attack as soon as Crest lands with his teleport, attacking right here. And if he does that... Oh. No. Did he hit me? He did hit me, alright. Now, everybody is just going to try and walk up to us, and that is a problem. We need them to stay really, really far away, so they don't walk up to us. Unfortunately, I cannot reset the formation in combat the way it was originally, because I cannot walk backwards far enough or quick enough in order to accomplish this. But he's already not healing from physical attacks anymore. We're probably fine at this point. He's like below a quarter HP remaining. Origin and Meteor Storm just keep putting in more and more work. Wait. Did I forbid Archie to cast spells? Whoops! Sorry, Archie wasn't casting spells until now. It was just Origin. I thought, oh, Meteor Storm and Origin are doing all the work. Wait, where's Meteor Storm? Classic Jaeger. Uh-oh. This is where Chester's, like, insane accuracy is so valuable here. Oh, we win. Alright, phase 1 down. And I'm petrified.
It's over, dolls. You've lost. You think that the death of this body means that anything to me. You're so narrow-minded. I will never die.
And it squishes the universe and puts us sideways into the next dimension. The floor is gone.
Enough. The time has come. Mother Gaia, Father Chaos, give me strength.
Alright. Welcome to the final boss fight. He turns blue and is completely intangible. We cannot hit him right now. Meteor Storm will miss. Origin will miss as long as he is invulnerable. And he can just instantly cast spells. We cannot interrupt him like we can interrupt other enemies. Makes this a bit more tricky to navigate than it otherwise would be. He also throws these little projectiles and he keeps becoming more and more... Like, he loves being invulnerable. Like, it's kind of rude. He also has two parts to him. His little arm and his face are two separate entities. The face is the thing you need to defeat in order to win. The arm will basically just prevent you from getting back there. Let's put it this way. And of course, he does a lot of damage. And is a big problem in general. But he has one big weakness. Oh my god. I'm gonna die. I'm dead. He has one big weakness, but him killing me is not one of them. Jesus, dude. Well, I tried to show him off before I murdered him, but... Well, I guess he showed what he's capable of. That was as spammy as he possibly could get. Yep, pretty much. Anyways, maybe I can use this as a little bit of a tangent as to... Do you know how I figured out that Daos does not reset his health variable? When basically you enter the fight from his phase 2, well, his second encounter in the game. Well, in one of my speedruns, I lost my battle against Daos, but it dealt a good chunk of damage. And then I reloaded the save, because I was still, you know, practicing runs, and ran up to him, attacked, and then Chester shot one arrow at him, and he died in phase 1. And I was just like, what the heck just happened? I analyzed approximately what happened, and then I started to slowly understand what was happening. So fun fact. Right now, all the physical damage I dealt in my previous battle against him is once again going to heal Daos right here in this encounter. So what this means is that he's going to heal for probably a ton again. As long as we dealt enough damage to him with physical attacks in our previous encounter, he will actually just once again heal a ton and potentially either have 10,000 more HP than he's supposed to have, or very little HP if we're lucky. So this is how I figured out that this was happening to begin with. Later on I kind of pieced together when I did a full run without any resets. Yeah, he just took a ton of damage there. Later on I figured out as to what was happening exactly and was able to incorporate. If you just never reset from his second encounter and entirely defeat his form with only physical attacks in the second encounter, you just straight up win. And as you can see, this is just exactly what happened again. It's kind of really strange. I'm pretty sure right now we didn't do enough physical damage. So if we were to fight him again, he would just heal actually an extra amount instead of dying to it. Anyways, this time we're going to exploit his biggest weakness. Also, I did not change up my ability, did I? Okay, it's gonna be a little bit awkward, but it's okay, we have Chester. I love this side effect. Fun fact, PlayStation... Actually, I'm not gonna tell you. Play the PlayStation version. Do it. Alright, he did this, and... You remember how chrono glasses stop enemies for about 10 seconds? Well, I'm gonna use one here. And I'm going to tell Archie and Clark not to cast any spells. Because I would like for you guys to just walk up and come over here, please. In fact, I'm gonna use another chronoglass because I have plenty anyways. We walk behind him. And then he still casts his spell. That's okay, don't worry about it. But afterwards... Oh, I'm actually not far enough over here. Oh, I goofed. Yeah, it's okay. There we go. Now we can not walk behind them. It's fine. Chester is over there. I have no... By the way, Chester is way out there in the grid. It's fine. Anyways. You know, for all the pain you have caused us, for all the dread and terrible moments, Archie, you can go all the way to the right as well. Just go, you're fine. Because she can just go behind them. And when they do, here's a little funny part. If your party's behind him, he has absolutely no idea on what the heck he is supposed to do. So, what does a disgruntled archer do when you murder his village, his family, his home, his life? Well, he will start shooting at you any moment now. I should use Archie's position to figure out what is happening. Right, Archie's position is good. Move you out of the way. And there we go. I have coffee. Fun fact. The tool-assisted speedrun of this game, or well, tool-assisted speedruns in general, they calculate the time from the very first time they do any inputs to the last time they do any inputs in order to complete the speedrun. So guess what the speedrun does for the tool-assisted speedrun at the very, very end? It maneuvers Chester into a position where he will just continuously shoot and eventually win the battle, because the tool-assisted speedrun ended as soon as there's no more inputs to be made, aka Chester is just going to win from that point onwards. Which is actually really amusing to me. Anyways, once you defeat the arm, you can actually just manually walk behind him without too much trouble. And the real speedrun, how you finish this, is you use a chronoglass, walk crest behind him, and then just start using Gale's shield. You know, kind of how I pushed Dals 2 into the corner and murdered him. This thing is static, it cannot actually get pushed back at all. And for whatever reason, this thing's AI just breaks when the characters are behind it instead of in front of it. To be fair, it is trying to push the characters away from it. If you get too close, you get a huge pushback from its claw attack, normally. And it also spams its abilities and spells quick enough, as you saw in my previous attempt, that usually this guy can just destroy you. Anyways, Archie, would you like to whack him as well? Oh, she does no damage. Sadness. She has 666 attack power. Apparently that is not good enough. She's trying. Let's give her a spell. Because spells can hit the guy. The problem is, usually he's just invulnerable to them because he keeps turning blue when you fight him normally. You can fight this guy normally. Honestly, his second phase is not that difficult to defeat. If you just play it straight up and just use Gale Shield, knock out the bottom part, have your casters just keep trying to dish out damage while you keep them safe and Mint keeps healing. But yeah. I'm gonna move Archie back because I would prefer if she didn't attack with her broom because that just shakes the screen unnecessarily. And there we go. Tales of Phantasia in 2 days. Which is way faster than I anticipated I would beat this game. Beaten. You still get experience at the end. Even at the very end, the game tries to fake you out. As if there was more to come. Trust me, there isn't. This was it. I thought this would actually take a fair bit longer, but here we are. It's really over. It's almost hard to believe. Oh, will it ever really be over? Dolls!
My death inevitable now, so please listen to what I have to say. Why did we have to fight?
Because we're all terrible at communicating. Anyways.
What do you mean? I never wanted it like this. Please, believe me.
I can't believe Dals was fighting to save his planet. From a perspective, he was the hero and we were the villains. Now that he's gone, we've sentenced his whole world to death. Yes, but we didn't go around slaughtering innocent people in order to accomplish our goals. Do I make myself clear? Dals needs the energy of mana to create a mana seed of his own to take back to his own planet. He knew that a mana seed can't be created by force. When the cannon was fired in Midgard, Dals feared that our tree would be drained. And he was technically right, until Mint intervened. If he allowed that to happen, he would have never gotten the seed he needed. The human race can survive without magic, perhaps Dals people couldn't. That threat may have been enough to make him willing to kill. So, now what? We should do our best to protect the tree. Well, I'm going to give this a try. Please, stand back. I'll place a barrier over the tree to prevent it from being hurt again. Now the tree has a future. You've given a gift to the entire world, Mint. For all those you sacrificed. Fun fact, she would cast Barrier even if she never learned the spell. Which is notable because she doesn't cast the previous spells if she didn't learn them. Anyways, our job here is done. Eternal Sword, return us to my rightful time. 50 years before now. But yeah, Daos, definitely the bad guy of our story. But there were a lot of bad guys, from his view, from our side. I think it is implied, or at least even explained somewhere, that he did try to negotiate with Midgar, pleading to them that they should stop using magic technology, but they didn't want to take any order, as was implied by the little scene when you've tried to follow there for the first time to the advisor. Clarf, take the Eternal Sword. Yes, I give you my word. It will be safe. Take care, Cloth. Everyone, I won't say goodbye, cause I'll see you all again. I just can't believe I have to wait 100 years to do it. Oh, Archie. Unfortunately, I'll be long dead by this time, and won't ever see you again. Clarf, don't say that. Oh, don't get sentimental. We should be celebrating the fact that we got to spend any time together at all. Chester, Mint, take care. Let's go, Archie. Chester, you can't just let her go like this. Okay, okay. Come on, don't look so sad. Can't you show me a smile? Okay, I'll see you soon. You bet. Eternal Blade, I beseech you, take us back to our rightful time. And I don't think at this point anybody could stop Archie. She has become an extremely powerful mage at this stage, and she's just gonna go back on home to see her mother, which, you know, makes a lot of sense. As for Clarth, well, that's the end of his road. And Archie has to wait 100 years. It's gonna be a long while. Could also be that the others changed their mind. I mean, we changed their mind like 150 years from now. God of earth, God of heaven, God of gods, ease my guilty heart. Create a mana seed out of our beings. And in the end, Martell sacrifices herself. And yet Daos did a bit of a redemption arc speedrun. I mean, again, his actions are still inexcusable. His motives make it a lot more understandable, however. Well then. Oh, I forgot, I could have... Fun fact, you can hold the L button to change this background music right here to a different tune. I forgot about that part until just now, and now it's too late. But if you ever play through the game, hold L for a different background music. Then again, you need to play through it twice in order to see that. Anyways, that ending still always just tugs a bit at my heartstrings. You know, the abrasive and frankly dislikable initial Clarth impression over the course of your adventure just melts away. He functionally becomes the leader of your party. Becomes friendlier, still trying to be level-headed about decisions, and since at heart he's still a scientist. But even towards the end, he just kind of longs for home in a sense. And then when he finally gets home, you had to say goodbye to 3 dear companions. Because for him, in a sense, that's the end of that story. Sure, Archie's gonna see the others again, but it'll take a while. So this ending music is so nice too. Is it only the SNES game that has quote-unquote singer in the credits? But the singer is in the opening song. But I actually don't know. I don't remember the music iteration on the other versions. I played through the PlayStation version once. I guess still I do remember a lot of the tidbits and details and differences. But to be fair, a lot of it is because of how it was like juxtaposed to me, having played this version here so much by, well, repeatedly speedrunning it. And if you speedrun something, especially if you're one of the only people to speedrun it, you create a route, you investigate the details, the mechanics, and you just kind of learn a lot about the game in the process. Tales of Phantasia was for me my first really big speedrun project, where I needed to do all the research, routing, etc. almost from ground up. Again, there was a... Oh, I forgot about this. So, what are you guys going to do now? First, we've got to rebuild Totus, and maybe then... And what? We'll go visit Archie. Can I go too? Of course. It just wouldn't be the same without you. Alrighty, but yeah, this was my first big speedrun project. There was one Japanese run out there, but because it was in Japanese, I understood not everything. And there was one tool-assisted speedrun also in Japanese out there. So it was basically like I had to just pick and figure out a lot of the techniques and everything just purely by trying to look at things, try to figure out what they do, and then just start getting into the details and the nitty-gritty of everything. And that was a very memorable experience because I routed and learned the game in 1 week. Back then, I called that week a focus week. I would focus on one game, learn its speedrun, route it, and then do a run at the end of the week. And for some reason, I then just kept doing runs of Tales of Phantasia over and over. Because the more I learned about the game, the more fascinated I was, and kind of like the running, the story is kind of just really nice. Alright, everybody. Tales of Phantasia. I guess I finished a bit faster than I anticipated. I allotted 3 days in the schedule for Tales of Phantasia because I thought, I might just take my time here or there. But at the same time, I didn't want to dawdle around too much because I didn't know how much, like, trouble I would have, and especially the late game where stuff is very, well, deadly, let's put it this way. But it turns out I retained quite a lot of my knowledge, etc. from everything. So, I actually don't know how long or how far along BGTO2 as well as Seven Sins are in their, like, Final Fantasy Fiesta. Because they started with Final Fantasy 1 with 4 white mages, which just takes a long time. I think BGG is at Final Fantasy 2 now. And it will probably take a bit longer for them to get to Final Fantasy V. I believe last year they were at Final Fantasy V on the first weekend of December. So I kind of planned for this, but, well, I guess we're gonna play another game in between before they arrive there. Anyways, please vote on the straw poll if you haven't done so. There's a literal daily straw poll. And we're gonna determine which game we're gonna be playing next there. You can donate for additional votes if you'd like to. Further, maybe it's kind of important for me to once in a while mention as to why the entire donation thing even exists. I'm not gonna go through the entire detailed description because I'm not good at this, but this is the current standing of the votes. By the way, any vote you pass or toss will persist even once we are probably playing Trials of Mana. Trials of Mana will just disappear from the top, and the next game, next afterwards, will be played eventually. And that's kind of how we're going about this. This is why daily straw polls, if you just vote on every single one, your vote never goes to waste. Even if you vote for something that is not as popular, like, let's say, I want to be the boss here or something like that. Eventually, your votes will accumulate. You can donate for additional stuff if you would like to. This is basically the short version as to what is going on, if you will. Besides that, I'm not going to just yet re-explain it, but there is a detailed explanation if you'd like to know what is going on. And that this might be my last year of properly streaming, well, regularly streaming, because it might just be nothing but a pleasant dream that has to come to an end. Anyways, please vote, and thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for listening and for lurking. I hope you enjoyed your stay. I hope you enjoyed being around, and well, hopefully until next time. Take care and have a good night. Bye-bye.